Good evening, my friend. May this night find you safe, calm, and surrounded by quiet grace. Thank you for stopping by this humble channel, a small place where weary hearts can rest and faith can breathe again. If this story brings a little peace to your heart, please remember to subscribe so that each evening you and I can share another moment of stillness together. Tonight, let me tell you a story, a gentle story about faith, kindness, and the quiet way God walks among us, often unseen but never absent. The light upon the hill. There was once a small hill at the edge of a forgotten village, the kind of place where the morning sun arrived slowly, brushing the rooftops with gold before anyone was awake. Upon that hill stood a modest workshop. Its wooden walls were old, its windows clouded by years of dust and wind. Inside, a carpenter worked alone, his hands steady though age had begun to bend his shoulders. Each dawn, before he touched the tools, he would stand by the open door and breathe. He listened, not for words, but for silence. He said the silence had its own language, a low hum that filled the heart with something he could never name, only feel. That morning, a faint mist lingered across the fields. The man lifted a small piece of cedar wood, traced its grains with care, and smiled. "You were once part of a living tree," he whispered softly, as if speaking to a friend. "Now you will hold something sacred again." He never rushed. Every cut of the saw was slow and deliberate, every motion a quiet prayer. The rhythm of wood against blade was like a heartbeat, steady, tender, alive. Outside, the village still slept. Smoke from chimneys curled upward, gentle and pale. A rooster crowed in the distance, breaking the last thread of night. The carpenter smiled. He loved that sound, the reminder that the world still turned, that life continued, even when it felt small and uncertain. He worked until the first beam of sunlight entered through the dusty window. It landed on the shavings scattered across the floor, turning them into gold. The old man stopped, leaned on the table, and watched the light dance across the curls of wood. "Everything," he murmured, "is born again when light touches it." The smell of cedar filled the air, sweet and warm like old memories. He thought of the people he had built for, the mothers who had cradled their children beside the cribs he made, the widows who had sat beside the tables he repaired. He didn't remember their names anymore, but he remembered their gratitude. Quiet nods, hands trembling with thanks, eyes glistening like wet leaves. Sometimes he wondered if God was like that. Craftsmen working quietly, mending hearts one by one, unnoticed by the busy world. He looked toward the hill's edge, where the sun now touched the horizon fully. The mist was fading, and the valley below began to shimmer with life. Fields awakening, rivers whispering under the light. He wiped his brow and whispered, "Thank you, Lord, for another morning." Then he noticed something small, a beam of sunlight cutting through the air, catching the floating dust, turning every speck into a spark. For a brief moment, the whole workshop glowed, as if heaven itself had breathed upon it. He stood very still. His heart swelled not from pride, but from wonder. No choir sang, no voice thundered from the sky, only the soft hum of the morning, and the quiet knowing that God was there, inside the silence, inside the wood, inside him. Outside, a sparrow landed on the windowsill and began to chirp. The man chuckled softly, set down his tool, and reached for a small piece of bread from his lunch. He crumbled it gently and placed it on the sill. The bird hopped closer, tilting its head, fearless. The carpenter whispered, "Take it, little one. There's enough for both of us." The sparrow pecked, the light warmed his hands, and for a moment time stood still. He felt the weight of years, all the pain, the solitude, the waiting, melt into something softer, something holy. He did not need miracles to believe. He had light, he had breath, he had this quiet morning upon the hill, and that was enough. The world would move again soon, with its noise, its worry, its endless chase. But for now, he let the stillness linger a little longer. And in that silence he knew, God always begins his greatest works in the calmest hours of our lives. The first wind in the wilderness. The next morning the carpenter closed the door of his little workshop, locking it with a soft click. A woven satchel hung across his shoulder. Inside lay a loaf of bread, a small knife, and his worn Bible wrapped in cloth. He looked once more at the hill where the mist was still clinging to the grass, and then he began to walk. He didn't know exactly where his path would lead. He only knew he needed to go, to follow a whisper that had been stirring in his heart for days, quiet yet persistent, like a distant wind asking to be heard. The road descended through fields pale with dew. Birds skimmed above the furrows, the air smelling of soil and cedar. Each step took him farther from the comfort of the familiar, deeper into the wide stillness that stretched beyond the village. By midday the land opened into rolling plains, the horizon a faint blue line. There the wind found him, not fierce, but steady. It pressed gently against his face, lifting the edge of his coat, carrying with it the scent of rain that had not yet come. He paused, listening. The sound was both empty and full, a breath of eternity moving through dry grass. It was then he realized how long he had lived surrounded by walls, even wooden walls he'd built himself, and how strange it felt to be seen by the sky. He sat on a flat stone and broke the loaf in half. The bread was simple, coarse, baked by his own hands. He chewed slowly, watching the shadow of a cloud drift across the plain. Nothing around him moved with urgency. Even the wind seemed to keep its own patient rhythm. In that open space, he remembered the words his father once said, "Faith isn't the road, son. It's the step you take when the road disappears." The memory lingered, sweet and heavy. His father had long since returned to dust, but the carpenter could almost hear the old man's laugh, see the spark of mischief in his eyes. He whispered, "I'm still stepping, Father. I'm still trying." As afternoon deepened, the wind grew bolder. It tossed his hair and filled the air with the smell of wild thyme and sunburnt stone. He pulled his cloak tighter, but didn't hide from it. Instead, he let it move through him, testing the quiet corners of his faith. In the far distance, a shepherd led his flock along the ridge. The figures moved slowly, dissolving and reappearing between waves of tall grass. Their bells rang faintly, small silver notes swallowed by the vastness. The carpenter watched until they vanished, then bowed his head. Maybe faith is like that, he thought. You follow the sound you barely hear, trusting it will not fade before you reach it. Evening approached. Painting the land in amber light, he found a hollow between two boulders and set down his satchel. From inside he drew the small Bible, its cover smooth from years of touch. He opened it, not to read, but to let the wind turn the pages. The thin sheets fluttered and stopped at a verse he knew well. "I will make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert." He smiled faintly. "You always did have a sense of timing, Lord." He built a tiny fire, just enough to warm his hands, and leaned back against the stone. Above him the first stars appeared, trembling in the vast dark. The crackle of the fire mingled with the whisper of grass. Somewhere nearby, a night bird called low and mournful. He thought of his village, of the small workshop waiting in silence, of the sparrow that had eaten from his hand. For a heartbeat, loneliness brushed him like a cold draught. Then he felt the wind again, softer now, circling him like a promise. It wasn't a voice, yet he understood it. You are not lost. You are being led. He closed his eyes, letting that truth settle deep inside him. The fire dimmed to embers. The wind shifted to the east, carrying the smell of rain and pine. Somewhere far off, thunder rolled, gentle, distant, like a drumbeat of the heavens. He whispered into the dark, "If this path is yours, let me walk it without fear." The wind sighed in reply, rustling the pages of the Bible beside him until one slipped free and fluttered against his hand. He pressed it to his chest. For the first time in many years, he did not pray for clarity or comfort. He prayed only for courage to keep walking when dawn returned. The stars brightened overhead. The wilderness no longer felt empty. It felt alive, listening. He lay down upon the earth, the smell of dust and rain surrounding him, and drifted into sleep beneath a sky vast enough to hold every doubt he'd ever had. And when he slept, the wind kept watch, steady, kind, unceasing, whispering over him the way a father might whisper to a child, "Rest now. Tomorrow, you'll understand more than you do tonight." If this quiet journey stirs something gentle in your heart, stay with me for the next evening's story. There's more light waiting beyond the horizon. Footprints in the sand dawn arrived quietly, as if it tiptoed over the sleeping earth. The carpenter awoke to the sound of the wind easing through tall grass and the faint song of larks above the ridge. His fire had gone cold, leaving only a trace of smoke that rose like a final prayer from the ashes. He rubbed his hands, stiff from the chill, and looked toward the east. A soft band of light stretched across the horizon. The world was still, as though it had been holding its breath all night and could finally exhale. He gathered his few belongings, the satchel, the knife, the Bible, and began to walk again. The ground beneath him shifted from hard soil to sand. A wide plain opened before him, silent except for the wind drawing long sighs over the dunes. Each step sank slightly, leaving a mark that the next breeze would soon erase. He smiled at the thought. "Nothing we do lasts forever," he mused, "and maybe that's the kindness of it." He paused, turning to look behind him. His footprints trailed back in a slow curve, fading where the first gusts had passed. The sight made him strangely calm. Far off, a line of stunted olive trees wavered in the haze. He walked toward them, steady but unhurried. The sun climbed higher, and the heat began to shimmer on the sand. Sweat gathered at his brow, but the rhythm of his steps became a kind of prayer. Not in words, but in the steady trust of motion. Around midday, he reached the first of the trees. Their roots gripped the earth like patient hands. Beneath their shade lay an old well, half buried in dust. He knelt beside it and peered down. The water was low but clear, a coin of light glinting deep within. He lowered the small tin cup from his satchel, filled it, and drank slowly. The taste was pure and cold, startling after the long walk. He felt it spread through his chest, as if each swallow rinsed away a little of yesterday's weariness. Nearby, he noticed the faint outline of footprints beside his own, smaller, lighter, running parallel before disappearing into the dunes. They were recent, perhaps a few hours old. He followed them out of curiosity, though not in haste. The path led to a small shape sitting among the reeds. A boy, maybe 10 years old, with a torn shirt and bare feet covered in dust. The boy looked up, startled, clutching a wooden flute to his chest.
Easy, the carpenter said gently, stopping a few paces away. I won't harm you. The boy studied
him for a long moment, then relaxed. "You're alone?" he asked. The carpenter nodded. "Seems so. And you?" "My father went to find work," the boy said. "He said he'd be back before sunset yesterday, but—" His voice trailed off. The man's heart tightened. He remembered the loneliness of waiting, how silence could grow heavy when it stretched too long. "You've done well to wait," he said softly. "That's not easy." The boy looked at the sand. "I was afraid he might not find me if I left." The carpenter smiled faintly. "Then let's stay where you can be found." He sat down beside the boy, and for a while neither spoke. The boy lifted his flute and played a few uncertain notes. They quivered in the air like thin threads of hope. "Beautiful," the man whispered. "Music keeps the heart company." The boy shrugged. "It's just something to fill the quiet." "Sometimes," the man replied. "That's exactly what God does. He fills our quiet with something we didn't know we needed." They waited together as the sun drifted west. The boy told him small things. About the goat he once had. About the stories his father used to tell. The man listened, smiling at the way the child's words tumbled like stones in a river, clumsy but full of light. When the sky began to turn amber, a figure appeared on the far ridge, bent, slow, but moving with purpose. The boy leapt up. "Father!" he shouted, running toward the shape. The carpenter watched as the two met halfway, their silhouettes folding into one another. He stood quietly, not wanting to intrude. The father placed his hand on the boy's head. The boy pointed back toward where the carpenter stood. The father lifted his arm in gratitude, a silent gesture carried across the wind. The carpenter raised his hand in return. When they disappeared over the hill, he looked down again at the sand. The wind had begun to move faster now, brushing away the marks of their meeting until the ground was smooth once more. He thought about the footprints, how quickly they vanished, and yet how real the moment had been. Maybe faith was like that too. Not the mark that remains, but the step that mattered when it was taken. The evening light cooled. He turned toward the setting sun and whispered, "Even when the traces fade, you remember every step." He continued walking, leaving behind only the soft impression of his feet, soon to be carried away, but never lost to the one who watched from above. And as the stars began to glimmer faintly on the horizon, he felt that same quiet certainty he had known since leaving home, that he was never walking alone. If this story has brought a calm breath to your night, stay close. Tomorrow we'll walk a little farther together beneath the same gentle sky. Footprints in the sand. The morning broke gently, without the noise of roosters or the clang of distant bells. It came like a soft breath drawn by the earth itself. The sky lifted its grey veil, revealing a pale horizon brushed with gold. The carpenter woke to the faint whisper of wind passing through dry grass. His fire had burned down to a circle of ash, grey and fragile. Smoke curled upward in slow ribbons, dissolving into the early light. He sat up, stretching stiff arms, feeling the ache of travel in his shoulders. Then he smiled. There was something holy about the ache. It reminded him he was still alive, still moving, still being shaped by a purpose that wasn't yet fully clear. He stood, brushed the dust from his coat, and turned his eyes eastward. There the sun was just beginning to lift, trembling on the rim of the earth. "Thank you," he whispered, not out of habit, but gratitude. "You kept me through the night." He slung the old satchel over his shoulder and began to walk. Each step pressed softly into the sand, leaving a print that glowed faintly in the slanted morning light. The sand stretched endlessly ahead, an ocean of stillness. It was warm underfoot, cool beneath, the colour of honey when the sun touched it. The only sound was the steady rustle of wind across the dunes. Sometimes he could hear it hum through the dry reeds, a sound so gentle it felt alive. He thought of how the world used to seem noisy to him. The hammer's ring in his shop, the chatter of the market, the barking of dogs. Out here, the silence had a sound of its own, and it was kinder than all the rest. He walked for hours, letting his thoughts come and go like waves. The memories drifted in, faces, laughter, a song someone once sang while sweeping the street. All of it distant now, but none of it lost. By midday, he came upon a hollow between two dunes, where the sand was darker and cooler. He sat down, took out his bread, and ate slowly. The taste was plain, yet rich, like something earned, not given. When he finished, he closed his eyes for a moment, and the wind played gently around him. When he opened them again, he noticed something strange, another set of footprints smaller than his curving in from the east. They ran close together, light but hurried, as if made by someone small and anxious. The carpenter stood, his curiosity stirred, and began to follow. He walked until the dunes parted to reveal a patch of reeds, dry and bending. There, sitting alone, was a boy. His knees were drawn up, and his small hands clutched a wooden flute. He looked up, startled, when the man approached. "It's all right," the carpenter said softly. "I won't harm you." The boy blinked, then nodded. His cheeks were streaked with dust. "Are you from the village?" he asked. "I was," said the man, "long ago. And you?" The boy's eyes darted toward the horizon. "My father went to look for work. He told me to wait. He said he'd come back before the sun fell yesterday." The carpenter looked at him kindly. "And you waited?" The boy nodded. "Yes, sir. Because if I leave, he might not find me." The man's chest tightened. That single sentence, so small, so honest, struck something deep inside him. He sat down beside the boy. "You're brave," he said. "Waiting is harder than walking." The boy shrugged and wiped his face with his sleeve. "I tried to play," he said, raising the flute. "But the wind takes the sound away." The man smiled faintly. "The wind only carries what it likes," he said. "Maybe it's taking your music to someone who needs it more." The boy studied the flute, then put it to his lips and played, a trembling, wandering tune. The notes rose and fell like bird calls, fragile but full of hope. The man closed his eyes, letting the sound sink into him. When the boy stopped, silence wrapped around them again, the good kind, the kind that made your heart breathe slower. "You have a gift," said the carpenter. "Never let the quiet steal it." They stayed there as the afternoon turned to amber. Shadows stretched long over the sand. The boy spoke of simple things, of the colour of the river near his home, of how his mother used to bake bread with honey, of how stars looked when he couldn't sleep. The carpenter listened, answering only with nods and smiles. At last the boy pointed suddenly. "There." Far away across the ridge, a lone figure moved, bent, burdened, but moving steadily toward them. The boy leapt to his feet, dropping his flute. "Father!" he cried, running toward the shape. The man rose slowly, watching as the boy's small figure vanished over the rise. A moment later, he saw the two shapes meet. The father knelt, gathering the child in his arms. For a long moment they stood still, backlit by the dying sun. The carpenter felt his throat tighten. He had no family waiting, no child running toward him, yet somehow watching them he felt less alone. When the father lifted his gaze and saw him, he raised a hand in thanks, a silent gesture full of meaning. The carpenter lifted his in return. No words were needed. The wind carried the rest. Then they were gone, their footprints leading away into the hills. The carpenter looked down at the sand. The breeze had already begun to erase their steps, softening the lines, smoothing the surface until only his own footprints remained, and soon even those would fade. He smiled sadly, whispering, "So it is with all things. We walk, we meet, we love, and time takes the prints away. But you remember them, Lord. You remember them all." He turned and began walking once more, slower now, his hands clasped behind his back. The air cooled as the sun slipped lower, and stars began to appear one by one. He felt the wind rise gently around him, curling through his hair, brushing his cheek like a blessing. And somewhere deep within he heard that quiet, unmistakable whisper again, not in his ears, but in his heart. "You are not alone. Every step you take, I walk beside you." He smiled, closed his eyes, and let the sound of the wind become his prayer. That night, when he lay down to rest, he dreamed of sand that glowed like gold beneath moonlight, and of a single pair of footprints that never faded, because they were no longer his own, but the footprints of the one who carried him. The wind on the lake. By the time he reached the lake, the afternoon sun had softened into a hazy silver. The air smelled of water and wild reeds, of things that had waited patiently for years. The surface of the lake stretched wide before him, not grand or glittering, but humble, rippling with quiet life. A heron stood at the shallows, still as carved stone, its reflection trembling with every passing breeze. The carpenter set down his satchel on a flat rock and watched the bird for a long time. There was something deeply peaceful in its patience, in the way it waited without worry, trusting the water to bring what it needed. He smiled faintly. Perhaps that is what faith looks like, he thought, to wait without demanding. He cupped his hands and drank from the lake. The water was cool and tasted faintly of iron and leaves. He sat with his feet touching the ripples, and for the first time since leaving his village, he felt no urge to move forward or back. The journey had become less about reaching a place and more about learning how to be still. When evening came, he built a small fire of driftwood. The flames swayed like prayer candles in the open wind. Across the lake, shadows thickened into the blue of night. A line of clouds gathered on the far horizon, and with them came the low murmur of an approaching storm. He watched the sky darken. The heron lifted its wings and vanished into the distance, a single pale stroke against the grey. The air shifted, heavier now, touched with the scent of rain. Waves began to push softly against the shore. He remembered a passage his mother once whispered to him when he was a boy, frightened of thunder. Even the storm listens to him. He had never understood it then. Now, as the wind stirred the fire and brushed cold across his face, he wondered if faith was not the absence of fear, but the courage to face it while whispering, "I am not alone." Lightning flared far away, not sharp, but slow, like a lamp being uncovered in heaven. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply. The wind rose, tugging at his cloak, playing through his hair. The lake grew restless, its voice deepening into something vast. He stepped closer to the water's edge. The wind was no longer gentle. It pulled and shouted, but he stood firm. "I know you are here," he said softly. His voice was almost lost beneath the storm, yet it steadied him. For a brief moment he thought he saw movement on the water, a shape walking toward him, calm amid the chaos. But as lightning flashed again, the figure vanished. Only the waves remained, lifting and falling like the breath of the world. He smiled, half in wonder, half in knowing. "It's enough," he murmured. "Even if I don't see you, I know you walk near." Rain began to fall, slow, heavy drops that darkened his sleeves. He did not run for shelter. Instead, he lifted his face to the sky, letting the water cleanse the dust of many days. It stung his eyes and soaked his hair, but it felt like grace, pure, undeserved, endless. As the storm deepened, he moved his few belongings under an overhang of rock and returned to sit by the edge. The fire hissed and died, leaving behind the faint glow of coals. Thunder rolled above like the slow beating of a great drum. He folded his hands, not in fear, but reverence. The wind grew wild, and yet within it he heard something strangely musical, the same rhythm he had known since the first day of his journey. Heart, breath, prayer. It was as though the storm itself was joining in. Then, as suddenly as it began, the fury eased. The rain softened into a whisper. The clouds broke apart, revealing stars trembling above the still water. The lake lay quiet again, shining like glass, and the world felt new. He looked down at his reflection, weary, lined, but peaceful. In the mirror of the lake, the stars shimmered around his face like tiny lanterns. "You calm even the water," he whispered. "You calm me too." He lay back upon the damp earth, watching the last drops fall from the leaves. Each drop caught the starlight as it fell, and for a moment it seemed as if heaven itself was weeping with joy. The scent of rain lingered, mingling with wood smoke and the faint sweetness of wild mint. He closed his eyes. Somewhere, in the vast quiet, a small boat creaked against its mooring. The sound was gentle, rhythmic, a lullaby written by wind and wood. It carried him back to memories of childhood, of sitting beside his father in silence, of listening to rain tap on the roof, of feeling loved without needing words. The storm had not passed to frighten him, it had come to remind him. Even in turmoil, there was purpose. Even in the breaking, there was blessing. He turned his face toward the stars and whispered into the night, "Lord, let me remember this peace when the next storm comes." The water lapped softly against the shore. A single heron cry echoed across the lake, and the wind, gentle once more, carried his prayer into the darkness like a leaf upon the current. For a long time he lay awake, watching the thin clouds drift and the stars reappear one by one. Somewhere between wakefulness and dream, he felt the quiet weight of God's presence, not in the thunder, not in the lightning, but in the silence that followed. And as sleep slowly took him, the lake breathed beneath him, steady and eternal, whispering through its ripples, "Take courage, it is I, do not be afraid." If tonight's story has brought peace to your heart, let it stay with you as you rest. And if you wish, subscribe, so that tomorrow we may walk again through another quiet chapter together. The lamp on the quiet hill. Morning came gently after the storm, the kind of morning that feels washed clean by grace. The sky was pale and soft, like silk stretched across the horizon. Mist drifted low over the lake, and every blade of grass shimmered with droplets of light. The carpenter sat up slowly, his clothes still damp from the night before, and smiled. The air smelled new. He stood and stretched, feeling the heaviness of sleep give way to calm alertness. His satchel, though worn, had kept his few possessions dry: the small Bible, the knife, a crust of bread. He took a piece and chewed it quietly, gazing at the hills beyond the lake. Somewhere out there, the wind had already begun to move again, carrying with it the day's first whispers. He followed the shoreline for hours. The ground rose gradually, leading to a slope covered with heather and pale stones. The lake fell behind him, becoming a sheet of silver in the distance. The climb was slow, but he did not rush. Every step had its rhythm, every breath its quiet prayer. Near the crest of the hill, he found a small cottage, old and sun-bleached, with ivy curling around its chimney. Smoke drifted faintly from the roof, thin as thread. He hesitated, then walked closer. The sound of a woman's voice reached him, singing something low and soothing like a lullaby. She appeared at the doorway, a shawl over her shoulders, a lamp in her hand, though daylight had already broken. Her hair was grey, her face lined, but her eyes were bright, the kind of brightness that does not come from youth, but from years of loving through sorrow. "Good morning," she said kindly. "You look like a man who has walked a long road." The carpenter bowed his head slightly. "I have," he replied, "and I've still more to walk." "Well then," she smiled, "you must rest first." She stepped aside and motioned him in. The cottage was simple: stone walls, a wooden table, and the faint smell of bread baking in a clay oven. The light from the small lamp cast a warm glow across the room, though the sun already streamed through the window. The carpenter looked at it curiously. "You keep your lamp burning even in daylight?" he asked. She nodded. "It has burned every hour for 40 years, she said softly. "My husband lit it before he left for the sea. He never came back, but I keep it burning. Not because I think he'll walk through that door, but because I promised him I would." The carpenter stood silently, moved by the quiet strength in her voice. "That must be hard," he said. "It was," she admitted. "At first I thought faith was about waiting for something to happen, but after years went by, I learned that faith is about keeping the lamp lit, even when nothing happens." She smiled faintly, turning the wick down so the flame steadied. "There were nights when the wind almost took it, days when I ran out of oil. Times I thought, what's the use? But then I'd remember that love itself is a kind of flame. If you guard it, it never really dies." The carpenter watched her hands trembling slightly as they adjusted the lamp. There was reverence in her movements, the same kind he had once felt shaping wood. He sat by the table as she poured tea from a cracked pot. Steam rose, curling into the air like a spirit at peace. They spoke little as they drank, the kind of silence that feels shared, not empty. When the tea was done, she placed a small jar of oil on the table and slid it toward him. "Take this," she said. "You'll need it more than I do." He shook his head. "I can't take your oil. You've kept this flame alive for so long." She smiled again, her eyes soft. "That's exactly why I must share it. Flames grow weaker when we hide them, stronger when we give them away." He accepted it with quiet gratitude. The jar was small, but heavy, the oil catching the morning light like liquid amber. He slipped it into his satchel, understanding that what she had given was not oil, but a part of her story, the faith she had tended in solitude for decades. As he prepared to leave, the woman walked with him to the door. "The nights ahead will be long," she said, "but remember, every dark place is waiting for a light like yours." He looked back once more before descending the hill. The cottage stood small against the vastness of the sky, yet the flame from her window burned bright. even in full day. He thought about her words as he walked. Faith is keeping the lamp lit, even when nothing happens. The sentence echoed in him like a bell. When the sun began to set, he stopped on another hill opposite hers. From that distance, he could still see the faint glimmer of her lamp. The wind moved softly through the grass, carrying with it the scent of wild lavender. He took out the jar she had given him and held it up to the light. It shimmered. He whispered, "Lord, let my heart burn with such quiet endurance. Let my faith too keep others warm." Night fell, and stars bloomed one by one over the valley. The air cooled and the darkness deepened, but across the distance, that little window remained, one steadfast glow in a world of shadows. He lay back on the earth, using his satchel for a pillow, and watched the flame flicker far away. It did not fade. It danced gently, alive, defying the night. And in that moment, he understood what it meant to keep watch, not for signs, not for rewards, but simply for love's sake. Before sleep took him, he whispered one final prayer. "Lord, may my life be a lamp on your hill, not large, not bright, but faithful." The wind brushed his face, soft and warm, as if heaven itself had heard. If this story has touched something tender in your heart tonight, let it rest there a while. And if you wish to hear more stories like this, gentle ones that keep your lamp burning, subscribe and stay close. Tomorrow, we'll walk a little further together. The Table of Mercy. He walked through the valley until the land flattened into wide meadows, golden with tall grass swaying in the wind. The air had changed, softer now, touched with the scent of wood smoke and bread. Somewhere ahead, a village waited. It had been many days since he had seen other people, and his heart trembled between longing and hesitation. As he drew closer, the path narrowed between low stone walls covered in moss. He could hear laughter from a distance, children's voices bright as bells and the rhythmic sound of a hammer against iron. Life was here, pulsing quietly, woven into the ordinary. The first person he met was an old man sitting by the roadside mending a net. His hands were brown and strong despite their trembling. When he looked up, his eyes were clear, full of that calm born from years of patience. "Traveller," the man greeted, "you look hungry." The carpenter smiled faintly. "I am, but mostly I'm just grateful to hear another voice." The old man nodded and pointed toward a narrow lane that wound between houses of stone and clay. "Go to the square," he said. "They're setting a meal for anyone who wishes to come. It's not much, but no one leaves empty-handed here." The carpenter thanked him and walked on. The lane opened into a courtyard shaded by olive trees. Long wooden tables were set end to end, covered in plain cloths. Women carried baskets of bread and pitchers of water, while children ran between them, laughing and chasing the smell of food. A man with kind eyes motioned him to sit. "You're welcome here," he said simply. The carpenter sat among them, unsure of what to say. The chatter around him was light and full of life. Stories of the harvest, of neighbours, of small joys and simple sorrows. He listened, and something inside him softened. For months he had walked alone, speaking mostly to the wind and to God. Now, human voices surrounded him again, ordinary and holy at once. When the bread came, it was passed from hand to hand, rough, uneven loaves baked in the morning heat. Each person tore a piece before offering it to the next. When the basket reached him, he hesitated, then took a small piece and held it for a moment before eating. The taste was warm and familiar. It reminded him of his mother's kitchen, of evenings when they had nothing fancy but always enough. He closed his eyes. This is grace, he thought, not given because we deserve, but because someone cared to share. A boy sitting nearby spilled his cup and the water spread across the table. The carpenter quickly lifted the cloth so it wouldn't soak the bread. The woman beside him smiled. "You've a craftsman's hands," she said. He nodded. "Wood," he replied softly. "It used to be wood." "You should come to our small chapel," she said. "We've been repairing benches there for months. Perhaps the Lord sent you our way for that reason." He smiled at her words, though he wasn't sure whether it was providence or mere coincidence, but the thought warmed him. "Maybe," he said quietly. As the meal went on, stories turned to memories of loss, of hope, of things broken and mended. One man spoke of his son who had gone away and not returned. Another woman talked about forgiving her sister after 20 years. The carpenter listened. In every story there was pain, but also light seeping through the cracks, like dawn finding its way through a shuttered window. He looked around the table at the faces, the hands, the laughter mingled with tears. This, he thought, is what heaven must feel like. Not gold, not glory, just people who were once strangers, breaking bread together in peace. As the sun began to set, a hush settled over the courtyard. Someone began to sing, not loud, but clear. The melody rose and drifted through the olive branches. It wasn't a song of triumph, but of gratitude. The carpenter joined softly, his voice blending with theirs until he could no longer tell which sound was his own. When the last note faded, he stood and looked at the people around him. "Thank you," he said simply. "You have given more than a meal tonight." The man who had first welcomed him smiled. "Come back tomorrow. There's always room at the table." He nodded, but his journey would call him further still. He felt it in his chest, that gentle urging, the same whisper that had led him from his hill. He took the woman's hand, the one who had spoken of the chapel. "Keep your lamp burning," he said softly. "The world is brighter because of it." She squeezed his hand, tears in her eyes. "And yours too," she replied. As he left the village, the last light of evening stretched across the sky. Behind him, laughter still echoed, faint but steady. The air was filled with the scent of bread cooling on open windowsills. He walked until he reached the edge of the meadow, then stopped and turned back. From this distance, the glow of lamps around the courtyard looked like a cluster of stars fallen to earth. He whispered, "Thank you, Lord, for reminding me that mercy has a place at every table." He sat upon a low stone wall, watching the light fade, and for a while he did not move. The night crept in gently, not to take the day away, but to cradle it, to hold all its goodness a little longer. The wind rose softly, carrying the faint echo of their song across the dark fields. And in that sound, part memory, part prayer, he found peace enough to close his eyes. Tomorrow would bring more miles, perhaps more storms. But tonight, under the watch of the quiet stars, he rested in mercy's warm embrace. If this story filled your heart with a little warmth tonight, keep the feeling with you. And if you'd like to walk again with me tomorrow, don't forget to subscribe. There's always another seat waiting at this table. The guest who came late night had already settled over the valley when the carpenter awoke. A cool wind moved through the meadow, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and distant bread. The stars were clear and sharp, and somewhere far off, a dog barked once, then fell silent. He rose, brushed the dew from his coat, and began to walk back toward the village. Something within him felt unfinished, as though mercy had left the door open, waiting for one more guest to arrive. The lane was empty when he reached it. Most windows were dark, but light still glowed faintly from the square where the long tables had stood. He followed the glow. There, under the olive trees, a few candles still flickered. The tables were mostly cleared now, crumbs left like quiet blessings across the cloths. And at the edge of the courtyard, a man sat alone. His back was bent, his hands rough and scarred from labour. In front of him sat an untouched plate of bread and a cup of wine gone cold. The carpenter approached softly. "Good evening," he said. The man looked up, startled. "I didn't think anyone was left." "Nor did I," the carpenter replied with a small smile. "But sometimes the best stories begin after everyone's gone home." The man chuckled, though his eyes were tired. "I came too late," he said. "Work kept me in the fields. By the time I reached the village, the meal was over. I thought I'd sit for a while anyway." The carpenter looked at the bread, still warm beneath its crust. "You're not too late," he said gently. "The table's still here. The invitation doesn't end when the candles burn low." He broke the loaf in half and handed a piece to the man. They ate quietly, listening to the soft rustle of the trees. The wind passed through the courtyard like a memory, touching, leaving, returning again. After a while, the man spoke. "I used to work as a mason," he said. "Built walls for houses I could never afford to live in. I thought if I built enough, maybe I'd earn a place, but it never came." The carpenter nodded slowly. "Walls are strange things," he said. "They can protect us or keep us from seeing each other." The man sighed. "Aye, and the worst walls are the ones we build inside ourselves." For a long while they sat without words. The moon climbed higher, silvering the leaves, turning the courtyard into a place that felt almost holy. The carpenter could feel the weight that pressed on the man, not anger, not guilt, but weariness born from years of trying and failing. He poured what remained of the wine into 2 cups and lifted his own slightly. "To late arrivals," he said. The man laughed quietly. "And to second chances," he added. They drank. The taste was simple but honest, like something remembered from long ago. When the cups were empty, the carpenter asked, "Why did you really come back tonight?" The man hesitated, staring at the ground. "Because my brother was here earlier," he said softly. "We haven't spoken in 20 years. I thought maybe if I'd arrived sooner I could have faced him. But I wasn't brave enough." The carpenter said nothing at first. He reached into his satchel and took out the small lamp oil the widow had given him. Setting it on the table, he struck a match and lit a small wick. The flame flickered to life, gentle and steady. "Sometimes," the carpenter said, "forgiveness waits longer than we expect, but it never runs out of light." The man stared at the flame. His face softened. "Do you really think it's not too late?" The carpenter smiled. "For light, never. For love, even less." They sat watching the lamp burn, its glow touching both their hands. Somewhere above, a nightbird sang, a thin, wistful song that seemed to echo every lost thing the man had carried. Tears welled in his eyes. He whispered, "I'll find him tomorrow." The carpenter nodded. "And when you do," he said, "don't speak of the years gone by, just break bread together. That will be enough." The man nodded again, his face wet but peaceful. He stood slowly, pressing the carpenter's shoulder with gratitude. "You've done more than feed me," he said. "You've reminded me I can still go home." The carpenter smiled. "Then tonight we've both eaten well." The man left, disappearing into the moonlit lane. His footsteps faded, leaving only the whisper of the wind through the olives. The carpenter sat a while longer, watching the flame dance against the dark. He thought about all the people he had met, the widow with her lamp, the boy with the flute, the table full of laughter. Every life, he realized, was a single flame in a vast night, each one keeping another from being swallowed by darkness. When the lamp began to sputter, he leaned forward and shielded it with his hand until it steadied again. The flame burned low, but it still burned. "Thank you," he whispered, "for the ones who come late, for the grace that waits." He closed his eyes, feeling the peace that always followed forgiveness. Deep, quiet, full. When at last he rose to leave, he carried the lamp with him, its light small but steadfast. The path ahead glimmered faintly, showing him just enough to take the next step. And as he walked into the night, the wind followed him, soft and warm, like a friend keeping watch beside him. If this story brought a little hope to your heart tonight, hold on to that light. It was meant for you. And if you'd like to keep walking with me tomorrow, subscribe, and let's meet again under the same gentle stars. The road of quiet forgiveness. The morning light came through a veil of thin clouds, soft and silvery, touching the path like a blessing. Dew clung to the grass, and the air smelled faintly of rain that had passed in the night. The carpenter walked slowly, the lamp still tucked in his satchel, though its flame had long since gone out. He did not need it now. The world itself seemed lit from within. The road ahead curved gently between olive groves. Leaves whispered overhead, brushing together like hands folded in prayer. He could hear the faint ringing of church bells far away, not calling him, not commanding, just existing like a memory of faith too deep to be forgotten. As he walked, he thought of the man from the night before, the one who came too late and yet still found grace waiting. The carpenter smiled. Forgiveness, he thought, isn't a door we must knock on. It's an open gate we only need the courage to walk through. The path narrowed, leading to a stream that cut across the valley. Its water ran clear over smooth stones, making a sound like whispered laughter. He knelt to drink, cupping his hands carefully. The cold water shocked his lips, but it woke something quiet inside him. A remembrance of childhood, of washing away the dirt after long days of work, of his mother humming softly beside him. He lingered by the stream, letting his reflection waver with the current. He saw the lines time had drawn on his face, the grey beginning to thread through his hair. Yet he felt no sadness in it, only the strange tenderness that comes from seeing life honestly, without resistance. Across the stream, a small figure appeared, a young woman carrying a basket of apples. She hesitated when she saw him, then smiled. "Good morning," she called gently. "The bridge washed out last night, but there's a shallow place just downstream." The carpenter nodded his thanks. As she crossed toward him, he noticed her careful steps, the way she steadied the basket when the stones shifted, the quiet determination of someone who had learned to endure more than she spoke of. When she reached his side, she offered him one of the apples, round, red, shining with dew. "You look as though you've walked far," she said. "I have," he admitted, "and yet it feels as if I've only just begun." She smiled softly. "My father used to say the same. He left our home after a quarrel many years ago. I used to be angry, but lately I find myself missing him more than I blame him." The carpenter studied her face, the gentle sadness in her eyes, the way she said the words as if she were trying them on for the first time. "Forgiveness," he said, "is a quiet road. Most people expect it to lead back to the one who hurt them, but sometimes it leads back to peace within ourselves." She looked down at the apple in her hands, turning it slowly. peace, she whispered. That would be enough. He sat on a fallen log, and she joined him. The stream murmured nearby, the sound steady and comforting. They shared the apples in silence. Each bite was crisp, sweet, grounding, the kind of simple goodness that doesn't demand understanding. After a while, she spoke again. If I forgive him, it doesn't mean what he did was right. It just means I don't want to keep carrying it. The carpenter nodded. Exactly. Forgiveness doesn't rewrite the past. It releases the grip it has on your heart. She closed her eyes for a long moment, breathing deeply. The morning breeze lifted a strand of her hair, carrying with it something unseen. The faint sigh of a burden setting itself down. When she opened her eyes again, they were brighter. Thank you, she said quietly. You speak as though you've known forgiveness well. He smiled, the lines around his eyes softening. I've known the need for it many times, and I've learned that mercy flows both ways. When we give it, it returns to us, like water finding its level. She stood, lifting her basket again. I hope you find what you're looking for on your road. He looked toward the hills, where sunlight spilled across the path like a promise. I think, he said, I already have, at least a little of it. The woman crossed the stream, her figure growing smaller with each step until she disappeared among the olive trees. He stayed by the water for a long while after she was gone, listening to its voice. He thought of all the faces he'd met. The boy in the desert, the widow with her lamp, the man who came too late, and now this woman with her apples. Each of them had carried something heavy, and each had laid it down gently, like a gift left on the altar of life itself. He reached into his satchel and touched the empty lamp. Its cool surface reminded him of her flame that had once burned steady through so many years. He whispered, Forgiveness is oil for the soul, isn't it, Lord? It keeps us burning when we think we've gone dark. The breeze stirred the branches, scattering sunlight across his face. He rose and began walking again, his steps slower but lighter. The road wound upward through the hills, lined with wildflowers bending in the wind. Every petal seemed to glimmer with quiet joy. When he reached the ridge, he turned back to look at the valley. From that height, the stream looked like a silver thread weaving through green and gold. Somewhere down there, a woman was forgiving her father without needing to say the words aloud. And perhaps, somewhere far away, that forgiveness was already finding him, like a message carried by the wind. The carpenter smiled, closed his eyes, and breathed in the stillness. Peace, he whispered. That will be enough. And as he walked on, the hills around him seemed to echo softly, not in sound, but in spirit, carrying his prayer outward, until it became part of the vast, forgiving sky. If tonight's story brought a little calm to your heart, let it rest there for a while. And if you'd like to keep walking this quiet road with me tomorrow, subscribe, and we'll meet again under the same gentle light. The door of the evening dusk came on like a kind hand. The light thinned to honey over the hills, and the road softened beneath the carpenter's boots, as if the earth itself had loosened its breath. He had walked the day's length without hurry, stopping now and then to listen, to the rustle of hares in the scrub, to a far-off bell measuring the afternoon like a slow heartbeat, to his own steps learning a gentler rhythm. By the time he reached the village, the sky was a blue-grey bowl with one pale star resting on its rim. The first house held the smell of soup, leeks and potatoes, a patience that had learned the art of simmering. The second house had wind chimes made from old spoons, each note a softened memory. Cats prowled along low walls, tails curled like punctuation marks to sentences the night would finish. Lamps were being lit behind curtains, one flame here, then another, like small promises kept without announcement. At the square's far edge stood a stone chapel, its roofline simple as a folded prayer. The door, oak iron-banded, stood half open. A man in a thick grey sweater leaned against the lintel, polishing a brass handle with a scrap of cloth. He had the look of someone who had made a treaty with time, neither resisting nor submitting, just proceeding. When he saw the carpenter, he raised a hand in greeting. "Evening," he said. "You look like the road kept you honest." "It did," the carpenter answered, smiling. "May I step inside?" The man glanced at the slowly deepening sky. "You may, but mind the hinge. She complains when it's cold." He pushed the door gently, and the hinge gave a soft, tired creak like an old violin in its first note of the night. "I'm the keeper here," he added, "not a priest, just a listener, and sometimes a mender." "A good trade," the carpenter said, stepping across the threshold. He touched the door with a craftsman's reflex, fingers reading the grain as a musician reads a score. The wood was seasoned, faithful. The iron nails had blossomed tiny flowers of rust around their heads. The scent inside was beeswax and old books and stone that had held winter and summer in equal measure. A row of candles warmed the shadows. Their flames leaned toward one another as if sharing a story. The carpenter took a pew near the back and let the quiet rise around him. In that quiet, he could hear everything. A swallow's last ark under the rafters, the soft rasp of broom straw as the keeper swept the entry, the faint murmur of someone praying without words. After a time, the keeper came to sit beside him, not so close as to press, not so far as to be distant. "We keep the door open at evening," he said, eyes on the candles. "Folks who work the day don't have much time for formalities. They come with soil on their hands and a thought half formed in the mouth. I leave it open so they don't feel they must knock." The carpenter nodded. "A door that expects nothing is a blessing." A woman slipped in, wrapped in a dark shawl. She knelt near the front, head bowed, hands quiet in her lap. Long after, a boy entered, 15 perhaps, with a satchel slung too heavily over one shoulder. He stood near the side wall examining a carved saint whose feet had been rubbed smooth by decades of anxious thumbs. The keeper watched them without watching, that particular attention experienced people give. No net, only presence. "The hinge," the carpenter murmured, "sings the wrong song. The cold has lifted the pins. If you have a bit of oil." The keeper's mouth twitched. "Back of the sacristy, second shelf left of the broken lantern." The carpenter found the bottle, brown glass clouded with dust. He set his lamp, the one he carried now more from memory than need, on the floor and knelt at the hinge. He worked without sound. A droplet here, a gentle press there, a patient turning of the pin until the iron remembered its purpose. When he finished, he moved the door an inch, then two. It didn't complain. It sighed. The boy by the wall turned, curious. The woman in the shawl lifted her head and closed her eyes as if the small change had made more room in the air for breathing. "Better," the keeper said quietly. "Doors should open like an inhalation," the carpenter replied, "so the exhalation can be prayer." They sat again. A thin rain began outside, barely a weather, more an agreement between cloud and ground. Its patter sounded like soft tapping on many little windows, asking gently to be let in. The carpenter's shoulders loosened. He reached into his satchel and touched the cold rim of his empty lamp. feeling the remembered warmth in the smooth circle. He set it upright beside him, as if it too were welcome to listen. A man came in then, hat in both hands, eyes raw from some recent thing. He didn't kneel. He sat near the door where departure stayed easy. The keeper rose, but the carpenter touched his sleeve, a light touch that said not yet. Sometimes it was enough to have a door and a few steady flames and someone who was not afraid of your silence. Minutes flowed like water over clean stone. The woman in the shawl stood and lit a candle from another candle, whispering the name of someone not present. She set the candle down and retied the frayed edge of the wick with 2 patient fingers, an unnecessary gesture that felt like tenderness anyway. The boy unfolded a thin paper from his satchel, a page of notes, and smoothed it on his knee. His lips moved as he read, and whatever he faced seemed to loosen its knot a little. The keeper leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Every evening," he said, "the door tests me. I want to close it early, keep out the cold, save the candles, guard what little peace we can claim. But the moment I think it, someone comes, always someone. And I remember that peace is not a possession. It's a table with more chairs than we thought we owned." The carpenter looked at the door as if it were an old friend he hadn't visited enough. "Thresholds are teachers," he said. "They require us to choose. We step in or we step away. There's no standing forever on the line." "And yet," the keeper added, "even a long hesitation can be holy." The rain steadied slightly. The man by the door turned his hat rim between worried fingers. The boy refolded his paper carefully, edges aligned. The woman in the shawl rose and without fuss placed a small loaf on the pew beside the man as she passed, a farmer's loaf, dense with seeds. She left without a glance, as though she had set down her burden and also a piece of her supper. The man stared at the bread for a long breath, then laid his hat across his knees and tore the loaf in 2. He ate one half as if the chewing itself brought back a memory of being kept alive. The other half he wrapped in his handkerchief, awkwardly as men do who are just learning gentleness, and tucked it in his pocket. "What do you keep behind your door?" the keeper asked, turning to the carpenter. "Not very much," he said. "A small workshop, a stool with 1 repaired leg, 3 chisels, a planed board that will be a table when I decide whose table it is. There's a window that looks toward the west. On some evenings the light sits there like a quiet guest. And your heart?" The keeper's voice was not a question so much as an invitation. The carpenter breathed in the wax of the candles, the minerality of old stone, the bread scent now riding the room like a soft beast of burden. He waited until his answer felt true. "It keeps a door that is sometimes open, sometimes merely ajar. I'm learning to oil the hinge before it rusts." The keeper's smile was small and approving. "Good work," he said. "Work for a lifetime." The bell rope dangled near the sanctuary arch, its braided fibers worn smooth by years of human hope. The boy went to it and touched the rope like one touches a friend's sleeve. He tugged once, gently. The bell gave a single note, round and deep. It rolled out across the roofs, across the ploughed fields, across whatever grief sat unseen at kitchen tables. The carpenter felt the sound move through him and settle somewhere sturdy. He stood. "May I? The hinge will hold." The keeper nodded. The carpenter went to the door and eased it wider. Night had fully arrived, but it was not empty. It was thick with the hush of gardens and the quiet industry of small creatures. The rain slowed to a mist that made the lanterns outside wear halos. Somewhere a dog shook itself, collar clinking like a whispered laugh. He kept the door open and simply stood there, a man at ease with a threshold. He did nothing else. He did not speak a blessing or make a sign. He let the inside and the outside regard one another without rivalry until the line between them grew thin. The man with the hat rose and came to stand beside him, not touching, just sharing the view. After a while, he said to no one in particular, "I thought the night would not let me see through." "It will," the carpenter said, "in its time. Doors are patient." They stood like that until the candles had to be trimmed, until the boy shouldered his satchel with a new carefulness, until the keeper brought out an old shawl and set it over the man's shoulders without comment. When at last the room was nearly empty again, the carpenter gently drew the door inward. It settled into its jamb with a sound so soft it felt like a yes. He turned back toward the candles, their light steady as breathing. He thought of all the doors he had passed in his life, some slammed, some barred, some painted blue against the weather, and how this one, so ordinary, had taught him again the sacrament of welcome. He sat for one more quiet minute, letting the warmth of the room lean into his bones. Then he rose, thanked the keeper with a nod that meant much, and stepped back into the misted square. The night accepted him without question, and the road waited with its old, patient wisdom. He started walking, hands loose at his sides, listening to the soft applause of raindrops in hedges. Behind him, the door held its peace. Before him, the darkness was not an enemy, but a room with windows he had yet to see. And somewhere deep within, a door he had carried for years clicked softly open. The woman with the basket of bread morning came grey and tender, the kind of dawn that slips into the world without fanfare. The carpenter left the village behind him, his boots darkened by dew, his breath faint in the cool air. He followed the road that curved through fields newly sown, where birds darted low between furrows, and the smell of damp earth clung to everything. He felt rested. The night before, the open door, the candles, the sound of the bell had left him lighter, though he could not say why. Sometimes peace doesn't arrive as an answer, but as a quiet that needs no explanation. By mid-morning, he saw smoke rising from a cluster of cottages near a grove of fig trees. The path led him there, and he found a small gathering of people at the edge of the square. An old woman stood behind a table, arranging loaves of bread, not for sale, but for giving. Her hands moved with the slow precision of someone who had done this every day for years. The loaves were uneven, some round, some misshapen, a few burned at the edges. Yet each one carried the same scent of love, that warm, yeasty smell that makes a heart remember home. "Good morning," the carpenter said as he approached. She looked up and smiled, her eyes as soft as flour. "Good morning, traveller. Hungry?" "I wouldn't refuse a bite," he answered. She took one of the smaller loaves and wrapped it in cloth before handing it to him. "Take it. It's not the prettiest, but it's honest." He accepted it with a nod. "You bake for the whole village?" "For whoever comes," she said, returning to her work. "Some bring grain, some bring news, some bring nothing at all. Bread doesn't ask who deserves it." The carpenter leaned against the table, watching as she worked. Her hands trembled slightly, but she never rushed. With each loaf, she pressed her thumb gently into the top before setting it aside. A small mark, like a blessing. He tore a piece from his loaf and chewed slowly. It was coarse and simple, but it filled him with the same warmth he had felt at the table of mercy days before. A young boy ran up, his face flushed. "Mother!" he cried. "They say a storm is coming from the west." The woman wiped her hands on her apron. "Then we'll bake faster," she said calmly. "People will need bread when the rain falls." The carpenter smiled. "You're not afraid of the storm?" She shook her head. "I've learned to fear only an empty oven." He laughed softly. "That's a wisdom I haven't heard before." "It's simple," she said, kneading another dough with slow, circular motions. "An empty oven means no one trusted me with their hunger. When people stop coming for bread, that's when I'll worry." He nodded thoughtfully. Her words carried the quiet theology of daily life. Faith baked into flour, hope rising in the heat of work. "Would you like to help?" she asked suddenly. He looked down at his hands, scarred, strong, still remembering wood and tools. "It's been years since I've shaped anything but tables," he said. "Then you'll remember easily," she replied. He rolled up his sleeves and joined her. The dough was warm under his palms, yielding but alive. Together they worked in silence, broken only by the rhythmic sound of kneading and the faint laughter of children outside chasing the wind. After a while she spoke again. "My husband used to bake with me. When he passed, I thought I couldn't do it alone. But one morning I woke, and the sun came through the window just as it had before. The world hadn't ended, only changed, so I kept baking." The carpenter said quietly, "You must have loved him deeply." She smiled without looking up. "Still do. Love doesn't end when someone leaves, it just changes hands." He looked at her, and for a moment he saw not just an old woman, but the sacred strength of every heart that keeps giving long after it has been broken. When the last loaf was shaped, they placed them all into the oven. The scent of baking spread through the square, and people began to gather. Children first, then mothers with baskets, then the old and weary. The woman stepped aside and let the carpenter hand out the bread. One by one, faces lit up as they received it, as though each loaf carried not just nourishment, but recognition. You are seen, you are remembered. When the crowd thinned and the oven cooled, the woman sat on a low stool, wiping her brow. "There," she said. "A day's work." The carpenter smiled. "And a day's blessing." She glanced at him. "Do you know why I keep baking, even when I'm tired? Because the world is hungry?" She chuckled softly. "Because I am. Not for food, but for the feeling that something I make with my hands can keep someone alive a little longer." He nodded, understanding. "Then you are a builder too," he said. "Only your wood is wheat and your nails are kindness." She laughed at that, a sound like warm bells. "Then may your journey be filled with such builders," she said. He thanked her, slipping the rest of his loaf into his satchel. As he turned to leave, she called after him, "Traveller, if you ever pass here again, there will be bread waiting, even if you come late." He smiled back. "Then I'll make sure to arrive hungry." As he walked away, the scent of fresh bread followed him, mingling with the wind. Clouds gathered low in the west, but he was not afraid. He knew now that storms could be weathered, not just with shelter, but with the warmth of shared bread and gentle faith. At the crest of the hill he looked back. The woman's oven still glowed faintly through the window, and he could see her silhouette moving, steady and unhurried, tending to the last loaves. He whispered, "Lord, bless the hands that feed others before themselves." And as the first drops of rain began to fall, he pulled his cloak close, smiling to himself. The bread in his satchel was still warm, and in its warmth he felt the pulse of something eternal, the quiet mercy of God, alive in the small kindness of an ordinary day. If this story brought warmth to your heart tonight, let it stay with you through the storm. And if you'd like to walk again with me tomorrow, subscribe so we can share another story by the gentle firelight. The rain in the window The rain began softly, as if the heavens were breathing rather than weeping. It came down not in torrents but in countless gentle threads that laced the air and blurred the edge of everything. The world smelled of wet earth and olive leaves, of wood smoke curling from chimneys, of bread still warm somewhere far behind him. The carpenter drew his cloak tighter around his shoulders and walked on until he found a small cottage near the bend of the road. Its roof leaned slightly to one side, and smoke rose from the chimney in a thin, wavering line. A wooden sign hung crookedly by the door, "Shelter for travellers." He hesitated a moment, then knocked. A voice answered, warm and steady. "Come in, stranger. The rain doesn't ask your name before it falls, and neither do I." He smiled at that and stepped inside. The cottage was dim and cosy. The scent of pine resin filled the air. Near the hearth sat a woman, middle-aged, with grey threading through her dark hair. She was mending a child's cloak by the fire, a needle flashing like a small star. "Sit, please," she said, nodding toward a stool. "The road has a way of stealing warmth. You'll find some here." The carpenter thanked her and sat. The fire popped softly. He placed his wet satchel near the hearth, careful not to scorch it. The woman handed him a cup of broth, thin but steaming. "I live alone," she said without sadness, "but travellers keep me company. Each one brings a bit of the world I no longer see." He tasted the broth. It was simple, like her voice. Nothing fancy, but enough. "Do you ever miss it?" he asked. "The world beyond your window?" She smiled faintly. "Sometimes. But then the rain reminds me that the world comes to me too. I only have to look." She pointed toward the small window near the table. It was fogged with the breath of the storm. Yet beyond it, he could make out the faint silhouette of a tree swaying, each branch bending in rhythm with the rain's soft percussion. "When my husband was alive," she continued, "he built that window for me. He said it would be my picture frame. Through it, I could see the seasons change, the birds arrive and depart. He told me, when I'm gone, you'll still have a moving sky." The carpenter looked at the frame, handcrafted, carved with patient hands. A simple pattern of vines and leaves ran along the edges, and in one corner, a small cross was etched deep into the wood. "You've kept it well," he said quietly. She nodded. "Every spring I oil the hinges, every autumn I clean the glass, and every winter I sit right here and watch the rain. It reminds me that love doesn't vanish, it only changes form." The carpenter felt the warmth of the fire on his face. "Your husband must have been a good man." "He was," she said, "not perfect, but kind. And kindness lasts longer than strength." Outside, thunder rolled faintly over the hills. Not loud, just a low, distant murmur. The woman reached for another log, placed it on the fire, and stirred the embers until sparks lifted like fireflies. "Sometimes," she said after a while, "I imagine all the people who've ever sat by this fire, travellers, wanderers, lost souls, each one leaving a bit of warmth behind for the next to find. Maybe that's how God keeps his hearth lit." The carpenter looked at the flames, and something stirred in him, a memory of his own father, long gone, who had once told him that every fire carries a story. "You're keeping that story alive," he said. She smiled, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "Perhaps, but it's the window that truly keeps me company. When I'm weary, I look through it, and I see the rain falling on the fields, the shepherds running for shelter, the little birds finding refuge beneath the eaves. Each drop seems to carry a message. You are part of something larger than your loneliness." The carpenter turned toward the window. Raindrops slid down the glass like beads on a string, catching the faint firelight as they fell. Beyond them, the world looked washed clean, soft, forgiving, unhurried. "Would you like to rest here tonight?" she asked. "The bed is small, but the roof is strong," he nodded gratefully. "You have already given me more than shelter," he said. "You've given me a reminder." "Of what?" "That peace isn't the absence of storms. It's the window through which we choose to watch them." The woman smiled. "That sounds like something my husband would have said." She stood folding the cloak she had mended. "This belongs to a shepherd boy," she said. "He'll come by in the morning. His flock sleeps near the ridge. He lost his father last winter. Says he doesn't know how to pray anymore." The carpenter's eyes softened. Maybe he doesn't need to know how. Maybe the watching is enough. The waiting, the listening, the small acts of care. She nodded slowly. "Yes, perhaps prayer is sometimes just staying by the window, trusting that light will return." The room grew quiet again. The rain eased to a whisper. He closed his eyes for a moment and listened. To the breathing of the storm, to the steady crackle of wood, to the sound of kindness existing without need of words. When he opened them, she was standing by the window, looking out into the night. The reflection of the fire haloed her silhouette. "Do you ever wonder," she said softly, "why some people knock and others simply walk by?" He thought about it. Maybe those who knock are still searching for something outside themselves. And those who walk by, perhaps they've already found what they were looking for somewhere within. She turned to him, her eyes bright in the dim light. "And you? Which are you?" He smiled gently. "Tonight I think I'm both. A traveller who knocks, and a soul learning to listen through the glass." The woman nodded. "Then you'll sleep well." She set a small lantern on the table, its flame steady and low. "When you wake, there'll be bread by the door," she said. "The storm will have passed." He thanked her, his voice quiet. As he lay down on the small cot, he watched the window one last time. The rain had thinned to mist, and the tree outside swayed with a grace only patience can teach. He whispered a prayer, not for himself, but for the woman, for the shepherd boy, for all those who kept lamps burning through long nights of waiting. "Lord," he said softly, "teach us to be windows, not walls." And with the gentle rhythm of rain still tracing patterns on the glass, the carpenter drifted into sleep, his heart open as the world outside. If this story helped you breathe a little easier tonight, let it stay with you till morning. And if you'd like to hear another gentle chapter tomorrow, subscribe. We'll meet again beneath the sound of soft rain. The shepherd's morning. The morning after the storm came like forgiveness, quiet, slow, and golden. Mist still clung to the hills, softening their edges, and drops of water hung on every blade of grass like small, trembling jewels. The carpenter awoke to the scent of bread cooling on the windowsill, just as the woman had promised. Her cottage was filled with a pale light that moved gently, the kind of light that makes everything seem newly made. He rose, folded the blanket neatly, and placed it on the cot. The fire had burned low in the hearth, leaving behind only embers that glowed like hidden hearts. On the table beside the bread lay a note written in a careful hand. "The shepherd will come at dawn. Leave the door open. He's shy with strangers." The carpenter smiled and did as she said. He sat by the window, watching the mist drift like slow smoke through the fields. The rain had washed the world clean, and from somewhere distant, he could hear the faint bells of grazing sheep. After a time, a shadow appeared at the gate. A boy, no more than 17, slender and sun-browned, with a crook in one hand and a woven sling across his shoulder. His clothes were patched but clean, and his eyes, though young, carried an old kind of quiet. He hesitated by the threshold. "Ma'am," he called softly. The carpenter turned. "She's gone to the mill," he said, "but there's bread for you." The boy blinked, surprised to see him. "Oh, you're not from here?" "No," the carpenter said kindly. "Just passing through." The boy nodded, stepped inside and glanced around the small room. The hearth, the mended cloak hanging by the door, the neat pile of wood beside the fire. His gaze lingered on the empty chair near the window, and something in his shoulders eased. "She said she'd fix my cloak," he murmured. "I didn't expect she'd finish it so soon." "She's a woman who keeps her promises," the carpenter said. The boy smiled faintly, then sat and broke off a piece of bread. He ate quietly as though he'd learned early that food was sacred, that silence was part of the meal. After a while, he looked up. "The sheep were restless all night. They hate thunder. I was sure I'd lose a few in the dark." "Did you?" He shook his head. "No, not one. When the lightning came, they gathered around me. I couldn't see them, but I could feel their breath close and warm. It's strange. They're so small, and yet they trust so completely." The carpenter studied him for a moment. "Maybe that's their strength." The boy laughed softly. "I wish I had it. I've been angry lately. At God, mostly." "Because of your father?" The question hung in the air like smoke, but the boy didn't flinch. "Yes," he said quietly. "He was a shepherd too. The fever took him last winter. Everyone said it was God's will, but I keep thinking, if it was his will, why did it hurt so much?" The carpenter's eyes were gentle. "Even the will of God can break a heart, child, but it never leaves it broken forever." The boy stared into the fire. "I don't know how to pray anymore. The words just sound empty." "Then don't use words," the carpenter said softly. "Just sit with the silence. Let it hold you. Sometimes prayer isn't saying, it's listening." The boy looked at him uncertain. Listening to what? To the stillness that remains after pain has spoken. For a long time, neither of them said a word. The only sound was the quiet crackle of the dying fire and the occasional bleat of a sheep outside. Sunlight had begun to break through the mist, scattering gold over the wet grass. The carpenter reached into his satchel and brought out a small wooden carving, a lamb worn smooth by travel. He set it on the table between them. "I made this years ago," he said, "for a child who had lost something precious. When she held it, she stopped crying. Not because she forgot, but because she remembered that love never disappears. It changes shape, but it stays." The boy touched the carving gently, his thumb tracing the tiny grooves of its wool. "It feels alive," he whispered. "It is," the carpenter said. "Everything made with love carries a little life in it." The boy looked up, his eyes bright but wet. "Do you think my father still sees me?" "I think love like that doesn't close its eyes," the carpenter answered. "It watches through everything, through sunlight on the hills, through the way the sheep follow your voice, through every good thing you do even when no one sees." The boy swallowed hard, nodding slowly. Then, almost shyly, he reached for the loaf again and tore it in half. He offered one piece to the carpenter. "Here, you should eat too." The carpenter smiled and accepted. They ate together in silence, the bread warm and soft, the moment simple and full. Outside, the clouds began to break apart, The air shimmered with light, and the hills looked washed and new. The boy stood, slung his cloak over his shoulder and placed the wooden lamp carefully in his pouch. "Thank you," he said, his voice steadier now, "for the bread and the listening." The carpenter rose as well. "Keep the carving," he said. "When the nights are long, hold it close. It's not magic, it's memory." The boy nodded, smiled, and stepped toward the open door. The wind brushed his face like a blessing. He turned back once. "I think I'll try praying again. Not with words, just with watching." "That's a good prayer," the carpenter said. "God hears even the quiet ones." The boy lifted his hand in farewell and disappeared into the sunlight, his flock waiting for him beyond the meadow. The carpenter stood for a while at the door, watching the morning unfold. The woman's cottage was still, the bread half eaten, the fire whispering its last stories. And beyond it all, the hills rolled outward, green, forgiving, endless. He whispered, "Lord, thank you for teaching us through the small, a boy, a sheep, a storm, a loaf of bread. Let me never overlook the holy in the ordinary." Then he picked up his satchel, closed the door softly behind him, and began walking again. The path ahead shimmered with the remnants of rain, each puddle catching the sky. And for the first time in many days, he found himself humming. A tune without words, a hymn the heart knows long before the mouth remembers. If this story brought a little peace to your morning, carry it with you into the day. And if you wish to walk beside these stories again tomorrow, subscribe, and we'll meet beneath another sunrise of grace. The bridge of still water. He left the shepherd's meadow with the sun climbing carefully, as if it too respected the quiet morning that followed the storm. The lane narrowed into a footpath where alders leaned toward one another and made a green tunnel. The earth smelled rinsed, wet bark, crushed mint along the ditch, the clean iron tang that rain leaves behind. Every so often a thrush stitched a silver thread of song through the silence. The carpenter walked without hurry, letting his steps fall into rhythm with the low murmur of a river he could not yet see. When he reached it, the river was moving like sleep, slow, lucid, untroubled. The storm had swollen its banks but left the surface somehow calm, as if the night had exhaled its fear and then rested. Dragonflies hovered like blue punctuation marks over the water, pausing, darting, pausing again. A stone bridge arched from one bank to the other, a modest span of rough, lichen-softened blocks, its parapet worn smooth by many hands. The bridge had a name carved into the keystone, Hannah's Crossing. A woman stood there with a bucket and a brush, scrubbing moss from the stones. She was small, with grey hair pinned back in a sturdy coil and sleeves rolled to the elbow. She worked methodically, not in anger, not in haste, just with the quiet dignity of someone who tends what is entrusted to her. Every few minutes she would straighten, press a palm into the small of her back, and look downstream as if to measure whether the water approved. "Morning," the carpenter said, touching the brim of an imaginary hat. She answered, not looking up at first. Then she saw the satchel, the calloused hands, the patient stance. "You're a maker," she said. "I try to be." She nodded toward the far parapet. Storm loosened the handrail. Children run here when the sun's warm. I don't sleep well when something they trust might give way. He stepped closer. A wooden rail, lashed years ago to the stone with iron hooks, had indeed shifted. He ran his fingers along the grain. The wood had absorbed a decade of weather, and the iron had swollen like a stubborn knuckle. He tested it gently. It moved, just enough to whisper. "I've cedar pegs and a brace," he offered. "If you've tea, we can trade." The woman's mouth softened into a line that wanted to be a smile. "Kettles on a brick hearth under the willow," she said. "I'm Mara." He set down his satchel and followed her into the dappled shade. The willow's long fingers trailed the surface like someone smoothing a child's hair. A small brazier waited there, and beside it a blue enamel kettle, chipped at the spout. 2 clay cups stood mouth down on a folded cloth. Mara tipped the kettle. Steam breathed up and lifted a smell of leaf and lemon peel. "People keep moving over this bridge," she said, pouring. "They don't always notice the hands that keep it in one piece. I don't mind. Noticing is my part." He accepted the cup with a nod. The tea was simple and good. "Hannah's crossing," he said, tasting the words. "Who was Hannah?" Mara looked past him to the keystone. "My daughter," she said, so softly the willow nearly kept it. "The winter the river took her. It was not like this, gentle. It was hungry then. I used to hate it. Then I learned to speak to it like one speaks with sorrow, regularly, without accusation." She turned the cup in her hands. "We built the bridge in her name, stone by stone. My husband laid the first course. The village carried the rest. Everyone brought something, a cart, a chisel, bread for the workers, a prayer even if they said no prayer." The carpenter waited. He had learned not to fill a holy quiet with too many words. "When the last stone set," Mara went on, "someone said we should chisel a verse or a warning. But I thought a name is enough. Names are promises, that they lived, that we remember." They sat with that for a while, the kettle ticking as it cooled, the river mending its own edges. Then the carpenter stood, wiped his palms on his trousers, and returned to the rail. He unpacked his brace and bit, his hammer, a pouch of pegs he'd cut long ago from a board that had outlived a door. He tested the stone for soundness with a knuckle. Dull meant water inside, bright meant trust. He found the bright. Mara watched from a little distance, sweeping grit from the parapet. He worked the old hooks free and cleaned the sockets with a wire brush. The river watched too in the way a river watches, by offering back a moving picture of what is above it. Each curl of shaving fell to the stones like a quiet amen. He measured twice, asked the rail a few questions with gentle pressure, then drilled, slow, steady, letting the tool do the talking. The cedar pegs entered the new holes with a satisfying firmness, the way a decision settles when it's finally honest. He trimmed the pegs flush and burnished them with a scrap of leather until they shone. The boy's laughter came skipping over the water. On the near bank, a thin child in a red sweater wrangled a kite, its tail wet and low. Behind him, a man with a walking stick moved carefully. The kind of careful that comes from old pain rather than fear. They reached the foot of the bridge. The boy bounded up first, tugging his kite string. The man paused, catching his breath, measuring the step. "Steady, Dar," the boy chirped. "It's Hannah's bridge. It's safe." The carpenter stepped back. "Try the rail," he said to the man, not as a boast, only as an invitation. The man placed his palm on the wood and leaned. The rail met him like a friend who knows how to hold without clutching. He nodded, once, the quiet gratitude of someone whose body has learned to distrust. "Good work," he murmured. The boy's kite tugged. A small wind found its purpose. They crossed slowly. The boy narrating clouds, the man listening as if the sky were reading him a story. Mara exhaled, a sound like someone loosening a belt after a long day. "Thank you," she said. "Hannah would have liked that boy." "She was brave? She was ordinary," Mara said. and her eyes glinted, which is a kind of bravery no one applauds because no one sees. She never learned to swim far, but she learned to look after those who couldn't swim at all. Once she spent an afternoon carrying beetles from puddles to dry grass, one by one, because she said their legs looked too polite to drown. The carpenter smiled. He thought of the shepherd's lamb carved smooth by grief and kindness alike. He thought of the small prayers that do not speak but keep. A breeze travelled across the water, and with it came a scent of baking from somewhere in the village, yeast rising, crust crisping. Bells lifted a plain tune from beyond the trees, not summoning exactly, just reminding. A woman crossed with a basket of linen, corners flapping like white wings. She touched the fresh pegs with a fingertip and kept going, the way a person crosses themselves in hope, not habit. "Come," Mara said after a time. "There's a bench downstream where the sun reaches in the afternoon. It was my husband's place for mending nets. He said a river teaches patience because it never arrives late and never hurries." They walked along the bank. Water whispered in its many voices, over stone, past sedge, under the cool shadow of the alder roots. In the shallows, minnows flickered like loose coins. Someone had left a pair of boots on the grass, turned on their sides to dry. A white dog lay beside them dreaming, paws pedaling. The bench was simple and good. 2 planks on stone uprights, smoothed by years of backs and burdens. Mara sat and eased her hands into her lap. The carpenter set down his tools and looked at the bridge from this angle. It seemed both older and newer at once, older because of the story, newer because of the pegs. "My husband used to say," Mara began, "that bridges are made of faith as much as they are of stone. You never know who will cross next. You just make sure there is a way." She looked at the river, at their reflections joined by ripples. "At first I kept this place because I was angry. Keeping it sound felt like an argument I could win against the river. Then years passed. The anger wore down like the edges of a stone." What remained was tending. The carpenter listened. He could feel the slow, decent labour of the years sitting beside him, its breathing steady, its hands open. "People come to leave flowers on the keystone," she said after a while. "Sometimes they think they have to say something profound, but the bridge prefers the quiet. You know how some places seem to hold your grief without breaking under it? As if they have the strength to listen longer than any one person can. The crossing is such a place for me. I speak Hannah's name here because the stones know it, and I speak my husband's name because the bench remembers." They fell into a companionable silence, the kind that has room for memory to sit down. Across the water, the boy with the kite had anchored the string to the parapet and was teaching the white dog to chase shadows. The man with the walking stick watched, dense with love. "Would you like me to mark the pegs?" the carpenter asked at last. A small sign tucked under the rail, no bigger than a thumbnail. It will tell the next hands where to begin when time loosens the wood. Mara considered, then nodded. "Yes, it's good when the future finds a map inside the past." She smiled. "Make it a simple mark. Hannah liked small things that worked." He took out his knife and cut a modest symbol into the inner face of the rail, a tiny circle pierced by a line, river crossed by bridge. He rubbed a little oil into the wood, and the sign deepened to a warm amber. They returned to the willow for the last half cup of tea. The light had shifted. The leaves glittered like coins in a beggar's bowl. He rinsed the kettle and set it to drip dry. Mara unwound a strip of linen and handed it to him. "For your hands," she said, "you give them to other people's safety. They should be treated kindly in return." He wrapped the cloth and felt its coolness soak in. "Thank you," he said, "for the tea and the story and the trust." "Thank you," she answered, "for seeing the loosened place and not walking on." He shouldered his satchel, gave a small bow he had learned in houses where respect is part of the furniture, and stepped back onto the bridge. As he crossed, he kept a palm on the rail, not to test it, but to greet it. Midway, he stopped and looked down. The river held his reflection steady, though the surface moved. He thought of all the faces this water had carried and returned, laughing, weeping, intent, distracted, and of the names that hovered above them like unspent blessings. On the far side, he turned. Mara was still there beneath the willow, cleaning her brush, humming something that had no words and needed none. The boy released the kite and let it climb. The dog lay on its back and let the sky rub its belly. The man with the walking stick lifted his face to the mild sun. The carpenter felt for a moment the world hold together, stone to wood, wood to hand to hand, name to name. He walked on, and the bridge remained, watching the water go and the people come, faithful in the only way bridges know. Some crossings are kept whole by the hands that quietly refuse to let love loosen. The field of golden silence. The day stretched long and clear, a ribbon of warmth unrolling through the hills. The carpenter followed a winding road that left behind the sound of the river and entered a wide valley, bright with wheat that shimmered under the noonday sun. The stalks swayed like an ocean made of light, their movement slow, prayerful, endless. He walked with his hat low against the brightness. Every few steps he could hear the hum of bees, the faint chime of wind against grain, and the whisper of his own breath mingling with the winds. The stillness here wasn't empty, it was alive, filled with quiet things that spoke without words. Near the edge of the valley stood a farmhouse, small, pale, with a wooden fence leaning as though tired from too many seasons. Smoke rose thinly from the chimney. As he drew near, he saw an old man sitting on a stool outside the barn, sharpening a scythe. His movements were steady and slow, the rhythm of someone who has learned to make peace with time. "Good afternoon," the carpenter said. The old man looked up, smiled faintly, and nodded. "Afternoon. You look like a man who's carried the sun for miles." The carpenter laughed softly. "And you look like one who knows how to rest beneath it." The old man chuckled, setting the scythe aside. "I used to chase the hours. Now I let them come to me." He gestured toward a bench under the eaves. "Sit. The air is kinder in the shade." The carpenter sat, and the two men looked out over the fields. The wheat moved in waves, golden as old memory. A hawk circled high above, tracing slow, patient arcs across the blue. "I've been a farmer all my life," the old man said. "When I was young, I thought the field belonged to me. It took me half a lifetime to realize I belonged to it." The carpenter listened, saying nothing. The old man's hands rested on his knees, browned by sun, ridged by years of work. "Every harvest," he continued, "I say the same prayer, not for plenty, but for peace. The wheat knows what to do. It rises, it bends, it gives. It never fights the wind." A faint breeze moved through the wheat, and they both turned to watch. "When my wife was alive," the farmer went on, "she used to walk those rows at dawn, said the field was God's cathedral. Every stalk a candle, every rustle a hymn." The carpenter's voice was soft. "And now? Now I walk there alone," the man said, "and I still hear her hymn, only softer." The carpenter nodded. "Love doesn't end, it changes its music." The farmer smiled at that, a small, grateful smile. "You speak like a preacher." "I speak like a man still learning to listen," the carpenter replied. The old man laughed quietly, then rose with some effort. "Come," he said. "I'll show you something." They crossed the yard and stepped into the field. The wheat brushed against their arms, warm and alive. The sound it made, that gentle hiss of stalks rubbing together, was almost like breathing. At the centre of the field stood a small wooden cross, weathered grey by sun and rain. At its base lay a single stone, smooth and pale. "My wife's resting there," the farmer said. "We used to walk out here together after the day's work, sit and watch the light fade. When she passed, I buried her where the evening always falls soft." He knelt and brushed a bit of dust from the cross. "At first I came here every day to talk. Then I came just to listen. Now I come for the silence, because I've learned that even silence has her voice in it." The carpenter placed a hand gently on the man's shoulder. "You've built something holy here," he said. "Not with wood or stone, but with remembrance." The old man looked up, his eyes moist but peaceful. "Sometimes I think heaven isn't somewhere else. Sometimes I think it's just the moment when everything stops needing to be explained." They stood together for a while, saying nothing. The field moved around them like a living sea. A small bird landed on the cross, tilted its head and sang a single clear note. Brief but perfect. The old man smiled. "She used to say birds carry messages from souls that are happy." "Then she's still singing," the carpenter said. The farmer nodded. "I suppose she is." When they walked back toward the farmhouse, the air had turned golden with late afternoon. The carpenter helped him hang the scythe on a hook and fetch water from the well. They sat again on the bench, sipping slowly from tin cups. "Do you ever get lonely?" the carpenter asked. The old man chuckled. "Sometimes. But loneliness isn't the same as being alone. I've found that if I talk kindly to the silence, it starts talking back." The carpenter smiled. "And what does it say?" "That everything, even the ache, is proof of love," the man said softly. "You can't miss what you never had. So when I feel the ache, I give thanks. It means she's still near." The carpenter looked out at the field again. The light had grown gentler now, brushing the tops of the wheat with its last warmth. Somewhere far away, a bell tolled, faint, steady, marking the hour like a whispered prayer. "Will you harvest alone this year?" the carpenter asked. "Not alone," the farmer said. "The land remembers every hand that ever touched it. When I bend to cut the grain, I feel hers beside mine." The carpenter nodded slowly. "Then you'll never harvest alone." The old man smiled again, his eyes reflecting the light of the field. "And you, traveller, what do you harvest on your road?" The carpenter thought for a moment. "Moments like this," he said. "The kind that stay long after I've walked on." They sat until the sun dipped low, painting everything in gold and rose. The wheat shimmered like fire, and for a moment it seemed the whole valley was lit from within. When the carpenter finally rose to leave, the old man stood too, leaning on the fence. "If you ever pass this way again," he said, "come at dawn. The light then, it's her colour." "I will," the carpenter promised. He turned once more before the hill swallowed the farmhouse from view. The old man was still standing there, his outline framed by the field, a figure carved out of light and memory. The carpenter whispered, "Lord, bless the hands that sow peace, even in sorrow. Teach me to see you in every golden thing." The wind carried the prayer through the wheat, bending each stalk as if bowing in agreement. And as he walked on, the world grew quiet again, not empty, but full of the songs that never needed to be sung aloud. If this story brought a soft light into your heart tonight, Let it linger there like the last glow of sunset. And if you wish to journey further with me tomorrow, subscribe, and we'll meet again in the hush between day and night. The candle and the bell. Evening leaned over the hills like a shawl being drawn across a pair of tired shoulders. The carpenter followed a cobbled lane into a stone-built village where window boxes spilled geraniums and curtains breathed in and out with the mild night air. A tower watched from the square, not grand, just faithful, its clock a pale face beginning to glow. Somewhere a kettle finished its small labour and clicked itself quiet. Somewhere bread cooled in a cloth. The day put its tools away. He paused at the fountain and cupped his hands, letting a thread of water gather and spill through his fingers. The stone was smooth where many palms had rested. Above him, swallows made quick, dark commas against a sky of lavender and milk. A bell rope hung just inside the tower's wooden door, looped and patient, a muscle at rest. A woman with hair the colour of winter wheat emerged from the tower with a brass key on a ribbon. She wore a cardigan buttoned one button too high, and around her wrist a string held a tiny pewter charm in the shape of a bell. She noticed the traveller at the fountain and nodded as if to someone she remembered from long ago. "You've arrived just in time," she said. "The evening bell is due." He smiled. "Do you ring it?" "Most nights," she replied, holding up the key with a small flourish. "My husband did for 32 years. When he left, the rope felt heavier. Now it feels like a hand I hold." She opened the door, and cool tower air slipped out, smelling faintly of rope fibres and old stone. He followed her inside. A spiral of steps climbed the wall, and somewhere above, a bell waited with the patience of bronze. "Would you like to help?" she asked. "I'm not sure I know how," he said. She laughed, softly. "No one knows. At first, you learn by listening." They stood side by side. She wrapped the rope once around her forearm and tilted her chin toward the high dark where the bell hung. For a heartbeat, they were quiet together, and in that pause the village seemed to draw near. A child's giggle, a dog settling, a spoon on a saucer, the slow exhale of the square. "Now," she said, and pulled. The rope gave a firm downward answer. Somewhere above, the clapper kissed the bell's lip and a note opened, round and tender, full of space. It rippled across the roofs, wandered the lanes, and rolled its warmth into open windows. The carpenter felt his chest rise to meet it, the way one's breath meets the sea air from a sudden wave. "Again," she whispered. They took turn, her steady, modest pull, his careful echo. The bell tolled the hour without hurry. Between each peal, the silence grew more kind. "When he was dying," she said, eyes still lifted, "my husband asked me to promise 2 things. Keep the bell honest, and light a candle for whoever couldn't come to the sound." "What does it mean to keep a bell honest?" the carpenter asked. She smiled. "To ring it for souls, not for spectacle. To remember that a bell calls and consoles, never commands." She shook her head as if fondly scolding an old friend. "People have argued in this village about what the bell should say. Weddings, only prayers, only our holidays. In the end, I ring it for 3 things: the light that fades, the bread that feeds, and the hearts that ache." They let the last tone lengthen until it found its rest. Outside, dusk had deepened. The woman struck a match on a rough stone and lit a candle from a stub waiting on a ledge by the door. She cupped the small flame with her palm. "There's a house at the end of the lane," she said. "He can't hear the bell. Ears gone since the big blast in the factory, years before you and I learned what years can do. Every night I bring him this. I tell him, The bell rang for you, then we sit with it for a while. May I walk with you? The carpenter asked. If you don't mind a slow pace, she answered, and they stepped into the square together. The cobbles held the day's warmth. In the bakery window, a baker's hat rested on a hook, and beside it a note. Tomorrow's crust begins now. From an upstairs balcony, someone shook out a cloth, and the last sunlight caught the dust like a flourish of gold. The woman carried the candle shoulder high to keep the flame steady. The carpenter shielded it when the lane narrowed and the wind made tiny games out of their path. At the lane's end, a low house leaned into an elder tree. A basket stood by the door containing 3 potatoes, a carrot, and a folded newspaper. The woman knocked twice and entered without waiting, as someone who has been family by kindness for a long time. The man inside sat in a chair near the stove, thick fingers clasped, eyes bright and a little lost. The room smelled of boiled tea and wood smoke. A drift of letters lay on the table, their edges curled. "Good evening, Henri," she said, speaking with her face, with her whole presence, knowing the pitch of her voice wouldn't reach him. She lifted the candle so that the light fell on his hands. He looked up, then smiled, slow, grateful like someone remembering his name in a crowd. She set the candle between them on a saucer. Its flame softened the room's edges, turned the teaspoon's handle into a slender line of fire. The carpenter fetched a second chair without being asked. They sat, 3 silhouettes leaning toward a small sun. She pointed to the candle, then drew a finger down, mimicking a rope. Then she touched her heart. Henri nodded. He placed his thick palm near the flame and held still, feeling its mild heat. The carpenter watched the man's face change under the light. Grief loosened slightly like a belt after a too long ride. In the quiet, they could hear only the stove tick and the elder leaves brushing the window like a careful hand. After a while, the woman unfolded the newspaper and laid it beneath the candle to catch any wax. A photograph on the front showed a boat returning at dawn, gulls spinning. Henri traced the sky with his finger. The carpenter took a pencil from his pocket and drew a tiny bell in the corner, then a tiny flame beside it. The man laughed silently, a breathy sound, and tapped the drawing as if to say, "Yes, this, exactly this." They stayed until the flame bit down into the stub and grew bold for a moment before dimming. The woman pinched it out with moistened fingers, then waited in the thin smoke as if letting a prayer land. The room held the afterglow the way a shell holds sea sound. At the door, Henri took their hands, one in each of his, and pressed them gently. The carpenter felt the weight of a thank you given without words, the kind that enters through the skin and finds the places words cannot reach. Outside, night had set its lamps. They walked back by the long way where the lane opened to a low stone wall and a meadow beyond. Crickets took up their small violins. The first stars were brave. The woman breathed out, long and even. "Some nights," she said, "I think the candle is for me too. It puts edges on the dark." "The bell and the flame," the carpenter murmured. "One calls across distances. One keeps close company." "Yes," she said, "and both say the same thing in different languages. You are not alone." They paused at the wall. In the field, a stray sheep worried at a tuft of grass. A dog barked twice, then settled as if remembering good manners. The traveller noticed the woman rub her thumb over the pewter charm, as if polishing a memory. "Do you miss him most when you ring?" he asked. She considered. "I miss him most when I stop. The echo is where missing lives. But the echo also tells me the sound happened, and somehow that is enough." They returned to the square. She locked the tower and put the key back on its ribbon. The carpenter thanked her. She shook her head. Gratitude embarrassed her, as it does those who make a habit of quiet mercies. "Tomorrow," she said, "if the wind is right, the bell will be softer. Softer isn't less. It's just another way of being heard." He bowed slightly, an old country gesture he'd learned on other roads, then turned toward the inn. The night felt gentle, like a sentence finished with a period and then a kind space after. In his small room, he opened the shutter and let in the sound of the square breathing. The moon laid a white cloth on the table. Before he lay down, he found a stub of candle in his pack, bought from a roadside shrine weeks ago, and set it on the sill. He lit it and cupped the flame out of habit, though there was no draught. Its light touched the wooden bowl, the worn chair back, the travel coat folded like a sleeping animal. He thought of the bell and the candle, one widening circles, one deepening circles. He thought of hands on a rope, hands around a cup, hands joined across a small table. He closed his eyes, and for a breath he heard the bell again, not with his ears, but the way the heart remembers tone as a kind of light. He said no words. He didn't need to. Sometime the prayer is the hush. In that hush the bell went on, ringing someplace far and near, and in that hush a candle in a low house made a small sun for a man who could not hear but could still be found. The bench by the river morning opened its hands gently, as if not to wake anyone too suddenly. A pale stripe of cloud lay along the hills, like a scarf someone had forgotten to fold. The carpenter left the inn with a slice of bread wrapped in a handkerchief and followed the sound of water until the village fell away behind hedges and stone. Dew stitched silver into the grass. A blackbird rehearsed its bright phrases from a thorn bush and then fell silent, content with what had been said. The river moved with small purposes, taking the curve of the land like a sentence finding its cadence. At a bend shaded by alders stood a bench, its slats bowed, its metal arms rust-brown and honest. The bench faced the slow water, and across it a meadow whose yellow flowers were the plainest kind of gold. A heron took one long step and then another, as if each foot had to ask permission before it entered the day. The carpenter set his bundle down and ran his palm along the bench's top rail. Splinters lifted like old whiskers. One slat had cracked where winter had asked too much. He pressed at the wobble in the left leg and felt it answer back with a tired wobble of its own. A small brass plate was screwed into the back. For Marguerite, who loved the river. The letters were shallow from weather, the kind that had to be read with fingertips. He opened his pack. The little hammer that had belonged to his father shone with the steady glow of things used well. He found sandpaper, a tin of oil, a stub pencil, 3 bolts he'd saved from a gate he'd mended in a village of slate roofs days behind him. He thought of the bell and the candle, how in the evening sound had gathered the village, and flame had gathered a single room. A bench, he decided, could do both at once. Make a little forum for souls in the open air, and at the same time a quiet held with 2 arms. He loosened the old bolts with slow patience, speaking to the stubborn metal with the sound of breath. When one refused and began to round under the wrench, he stopped, pressed his forehead lightly to the cool curve of the arm, and waited, as if apologizing. The pause changed something. The bolt, surprised by gentleness, yielded a fraction, then a little more. He smiled at the lesson, and even at his own habit of finding lessons in ordinary objects. He sanded the rough slats until the grain felt like river lines under his fingers. Sand lifted in a pale haze and settled on the morning. When he opened the oil, a scent rose, nutty, like bread that has just learned to be crust. Footsteps approached on the towpath, careful, measured steps, the kind that learn a rhythm and keep it. An old man in a flat cap with a leather bag strapped across his chest stood at the edge of the clearing. He did not startle to see a stranger at the bench. He tipped his cap as if greeting a neighbor from decades ago. "Looks like you're having a conversation," the old man said, voice not loud but made of gravel and kindness together. "With a bench and an obstinate bolt," the carpenter replied. "It's winning by a small margin." "Bolts are like stories," the old man said, coming closer. "The more you force them, the more they strip. You have to let them tell you the thread." He set his bag down. It had the look of a postman's satchel that had forgotten it was retired. He watched the carpenter work without offering to help or to instruct, which can be its own kind of help. "Did you know her?" the carpenter asked, nodding to the brass plate. The old man's eyes went to the river and rested there. "I knew her hands," he said. "She had a way of folding a letter back to the beginning when she was done reading, as if she could return to the first hope of what it would say. She was, in the strict sense, my neighbor, but she was also the last person to wave at my bicycle when I rode the post in this village, and the first person to bring me soup when my wife went home to God." He lifted his shoulders slightly at the word God, the way some people do when they put on a familiar coat. The carpenter nodded. He offered the old man half his bread. The man took it, and instead of eating, broke his piece in two and tucked one half into the pocket of his jacket, where a packet of seeds would have been in spring. "For the river," he said. "I like to think it gets hungry for human kindness, now and then." They ate quietly. The river turned a page no one had written. Across the bank, a child in red boots knelt to look at a water snail, the mother's hand on the child's back as if to say, "Be brave and be careful at exactly the same time." The carpenter measured the cracked slat against a spare. He eyed the distance with the same calm suspicion a tailor brings to a shoulder seam. The old man traced the brass plate with a careful thumb. "I bring a rag sometimes," he said. "Polish her name not to make it bright, but to make it readable. People forget that brightness is not the point. Legibility is." "What was she like?" the carpenter asked, cutting the new wood with a small saw whose teeth sang. "She could make a nettle soup that would convince your childhood to apologize for all the ways it left you hungry," the old man said, and chuckled at the way that sounded, pleased to have found a sentence that fit. And she whistled when she watered the geraniums, low and to herself, as if coaxing the roots. When my wife's hands were tremors, Marguerite would comb her hair very slowly and say nothing at all. Do you know how much saying is in not saying? He glanced up as if expecting the heron to answer. It went on being a heron. They spoke no more for a while. The carpenter fitted the new slat. The old man held the arm steady, his grip the kind a grandson would trust. When the first bolt slid through and met the new nut with a satisfying acknowledgement, both men looked at each other with the particular joy shared work makes. Not celebration exactly, but the soft relief of finding that the world still obeys certain kindnesses. A woman with a bicycle stopped on the path. In her basket, a loaf of bread wore its paper like a collar. She peered at the bench, took in the tools, the slats, the brass plate, and the two men. "Are you making it whole?" she asked. "Trying," the carpenter said. "Good," she said. "My father sits here on Tuesdays after the market. He says the bench listens without interrupting. We need more friends like that." She slid a hand into her basket and produced 2 apples, setting them on the end of the bench as if paying a fee gladly owed. for your trouble," she said, and pedaled on, bread leaning into the morning like a promise. The second bolt argued less than the first. The third behaved like a cousin eager to help. The carpenter sanded the edges until none could catch on a sleeve. He wiped the wood with a cloth. Oil went on in circles so slow they might have been prayers that had forgotten their words but not their intent. The old man watched the grain take the light. "Do you hear it?" he said. "The wood saying thank you?" The carpenter did not laugh because it was not a funny thing. He did hear something, not sound precisely, but the easing a thing makes when it is allowed to be more itself. A shadow reached their feet before they noticed the cloud. A breeze ran, its fingers through the alders, raising a delicate green shiver. The heron lifted, refolded the morning under its wings, and went somewhere important at the pace of dignity. The river took the sudden darker stripe of the sky and wore it well. The old man opened his satchel and took out a small envelope wrapped in waxed paper. He unfolded it and showed the carpenter a pressed sprig of lavender, thin as memory. "From my wife's book," he said. "When I can't carry her to the river, I carry the river to her. I mean the piece of it that sits still, the part that keeps scent. I set it by her photograph and sit beside it until I can breathe again as a person and not as a question." He replaced the sprig with the care you give to something that has already broken once and learned to survive the crack. The carpenter tightened the last nut and put the wrench away. They stepped back. The bench looked like itself, only more so. The brass plate caught a sliver of light and offered it modestly to the air. "Sit?" the old man asked. They sat. The bench took their weight with the sorrowless grace of a thing built to hold and be held. The carpenter's shoulder brushed the old man's sleeve. They did not shift apart. The river made its steady work audible, a gloss against stones, a rill over a small lip, the conversation of eddies with reeds. "Sometimes," the old man said after a time, "I worry that all I do now is remember that I'm a museum for days that have closed." He laced his fingers, large knuckles like river pebbles. "Then I come here, and the remembering feels less like a display and more like a garden that still asks me to weed it." The carpenter picked up a fallen alder leaf and rubbed the fine sawdust from its face. "Gardens and memory both reward attention," he said, "and both forgive absences more than we expect." They watched a boy from the far meadow throw a stick for a patient, handsome dog. The stick went badly. The dog, a diplomat, fetched it anyway and returned it with an expression that said, "We can keep trying." A church bell far away tested a single note like a throat being cleared before a psalm. The old man smiled at the echo. "Did you ever ring?" the carpenter asked. "I used to pull the rope at weddings," he said. "My wife used to say I rang like a man trying to make sure God could hear. After she died, I learned to ring like a man who trusted that God could whisper." He glanced at the carpenter, surprised at himself for having said the word twice. "Forgive an old postman. We measure out our truths in small parcels." "You delivered more than letters," the carpenter said. The old man nodded without pride, as if agreeing to a price that seemed fair to both parties. He placed his palm on the new slat. The heat from the sun had begun to soak into the oil, releasing a perfume that reached back to summers before grief had a name. He closed his eyes, just for a breath, as if taking a blessing like a draught of water. A woman in a blue coat led a little procession of three. Herself, a friend, and a quiet man whose left arm rested in a sling. They paused to read the plate. The woman in the blue coat touched the M of Marguerite, then smoothed her hair in a gesture her mother had once made standing in this very place. The quiet man sat first, one careful motion, and exhaled. "It holds," he said, perhaps to the bench, perhaps to whatever day had asked too much of him. The old man patted the armrest and rose. "I'll leave you to it," he said to the strangers, who nodded with the solemnity people bring to shared public mercy. He and the carpenter walked a few steps down the towpath and stood where the bench was still in view but belonged now to other bodies, other breaths. "Thank you," the old man said, "not just for wood and bolt, for remembering a woman you did not meet." The carpenter looked at the brass plate from where they stood, a glint between shoulder blades and sky. "I met her a little," he said. "Through you, through the way the bench wanted to be itself again." He hesitated, then held out his hand. The old man took it, and without squeezing hard, closed his fingers around the travellers with a familiarity that made the moment steadier than the ground. The cloud moved on as clouds do. The river grew lighter, then brighter, then resumed being exactly what it had been all morning, something that goes on and takes us with it without hurrying. The carpenter gathered his tools. The old man slung his satchel back over his chest. "I'll polish the name tomorrow," the old man said. "Legible, not flashy. And I'll think of you when I mend the next thing that asks gently," the carpenter replied. They walked together until the path divided, one way toward the market, one toward the orchard where pears were thinking over their sweetness. They parted with a nod that meant, "I am less alone because you stood where I stood." The carpenter took the orchard way, not for pears but for the shade of trees that confide without words. Behind him, someone sat on a newly mended bench and breathed easier. The river, pleased and unsurprised, kept its appointment with the sea, and in the spaces between leaf and light, a quiet truth settled like thin gold dust. Some repairs hold more than wood. The lantern in the orchard. Evening arrived quietly, carried in by the scent of pears and the hush that comes after long work. The orchard stretched wide under a silver sky, trees bowed with fruit that caught the last light like polished coins. Crickets tuned their fiddles in the grass, and a single lantern flickered near a low stone wall where someone had hung it from a branch. The carpenter, weary from walking, paused at the gate. The air smelled sweet, pears ripening, damp soil, the faint memory of rain. He leaned his tools against the post and breathed deeply. There was peace here, but not the empty kind. This was a peace filled with purpose, as if the trees themselves were praying in silence. An old woman appeared from between the rows, her shawl wrapped tight against the evening chill. In her hands, she carried a basket half full of fallen pears, bruised, misshapen, still fragrant with sugar. She noticed him and smiled. "Traveller," she said, "you've found the orchard that doesn't sleep." He returned her smile. "Then it's a good place for a weary soul." She motioned him closer. "If you've come this far, you might as well help. These old hands can't keep up with the harvest anymore." He followed her down a narrow path between the trees. The ground was soft, carpeted with leaves that sighed underfoot. Lanterns hung here and there, glowing like gentle stars brought down to earth. "Whose orchard is this?" he asked. "Once it was my husband's," she said, "then mine. Now I suppose it belongs to anyone who still believes that sweetness can grow again after the frost." She stopped beside a tree heavy with golden fruit and began picking carefully. turning each pear in her hand before placing it in the basket. My husband planted this orchard the year we were married. He said the trees would outlive us both, and they have. He's been gone 15 years now, yet the fruit still comes. Every season I think it might be the last, but life keeps surprising me. The carpenter reached for a branch and picked a pear, its skin warm from the day. He must have planted them with love, he said. She nodded. And patience. He used to say that an orchard teaches you two things, waiting and gratitude. Everything else you can learn later. They worked together in silence for a time. The sound of pears settling into the basket was soft and rhythmic, almost like breathing. Above them, the first star appeared. When their baskets were full, the woman led him to a small stone shed at the edge of the field. Inside, the air was cool, thick with the smell of earth and fruit. She lit a lantern and set it on the table. Its light flickered across shelves lined with jars, some filled with preserves, others with seeds in tiny paper envelopes. She poured water into 2 clay cups and pushed one toward him. "You look like a man who's carried more miles than he's counted," she said. "I've been following a quiet road," he answered. "It seems to lead me where kindness lives." "Then it's a holy road," she said. "Most travelers chase comfort. The blessed ones chase peace." He looked around the little shed, the simple tools, the hanging herbs, the window open to the night. "You've made this place beautiful," he said. "It made itself beautiful," she replied. "I just kept showing up." They shared the water in silence. Outside, the lanterns swayed in the wind, scattering tiny sparks of light across the orchard floor. After a while, the woman said, "I used to light those lanterns for my husband. He worked late into the night, grafting branches, tending soil. I'd hang them so he could see his way home through the trees. When he died, I couldn't bring myself to stop lighting them. It felt unfinished. So now I light them for others, for wanderers, for the lost, for anyone still walking in the dark." Her voice trembled slightly. The carpenter looked at her, the lantern's glow softening her lined face. "You light the way for those who don't even know you," he said. "Doesn't matter," she whispered. "Light doesn't ask for names." He nodded slowly, feeling something deep and steady rise in his chest, that familiar hum of grace that shows itself in small, unclaimed kindnesses. "Once," she continued, "a young couple got lost out there in a storm. They told me later that the only thing they could see through the rain was the flicker of my lanterns. They followed it until they found this shed. When they arrived, I made them tea and gave them pears. The next morning, the woman told me she was expecting a child. That was 10 years ago. Every year, on that same night, they send a letter with a drawing, a new lantern, and the child's growing face. They say the light brought them a miracle." The carpenter smiled. "You gave them hope. I gave them something small," she said. "Hope did the rest." Outside, the wind rose. The lanterns swayed harder, their flames flickering against the night. She stood and went to the door, steadying one that had begun to swing too wildly. The carpenter followed her. Together they moved through the orchard, checking each lantern, shielding the flames with their hands. The air smelled of ripe fruit and wood smoke. When they reached the far edge of the field, the woman stopped beside the tallest tree. Its branches bent low with age, its trunk thick and scarred. She touched the bark gently. "This was his tree," she said, "the first he planted. Every year I gather its fruit last. I like to think he still waits for me here." The carpenter looked up. The lantern above them flickered once and steadied. "Perhaps he does," he said quietly. She smiled faintly. Sometimes I dream he's standing there beyond the orchard in the starlight. I never walk toward him. I just keep lighting the way. They stood in silence, listening to the hum of the night. The orchard breathed around them, alive and generous. After a while, the carpenter said, "Would you like me to mend the lanterns for you tomorrow? Some of the frames are loose. A few need new glass." "That would be kind," she said, "but don't work too fast. The world needs slow hands." He smiled. "Then I'll work slowly." They walked back to the shed, their lanterns bobbing softly before them. She handed him a blanket and pointed to a cot by the wall. "Rest now," she said. "The trees will keep watch." As he lay down, he could still see the glow of the orchard through the window, dozens of tiny lights swaying gently under the night sky. They looked like prayers given shape, or souls finding their way home. He whispered, "Lord, let me be a lantern for others. Not bright, just steady." The wind answered softly through the trees, and the orchard glowed a little warmer, as if the world itself had heard. And before sleep took him, the carpenter thought that perhaps heaven was not a distant light at all, but many small ones, tended faithfully in the dark. If this story gave you a moment of stillness tonight, let it rest in your heart like a lantern's glow. And if you'd like to walk again through the orchard tomorrow, subscribe. We'll light the way together. The storm lantern. Dawn arrived shyly, as if the night were reluctant to let go of the orchard. Mist lay in the dips between rows, a soft shawl the trees wore over their shoulders. The carpenter woke to the smell of pears and wood smoke and the faint clink of glass. For a moment he lay still and listened, a kettle tapping as it came to the edge of a simmer, the creak of an old hinge, the whisper of leaves speaking to one another about weather. Somewhere a thrush tried a few notes, then fell quiet, as if waiting for permission to sing. He rose, folded the blanket, and stepped into the cool. The old woman was already outside, shawl pinned, hair gathered with a simple wooden comb. She was wiping dew from the lantern globes with a square of linen, her movements unhurried and precise. He noticed how she cradled each glass as if it were a small bird startled from its nest. "You sleep well?" she asked without looking up. "I slept like a seed," he said, smiling. "Quiet and kept." "Good," she nodded. "We'll need our strength. The wind turned sometime before dawn." He felt it then, an intent in the air, the way a room feels just before a door opens. The eastern sky was pale, but to the west a long grey fold lay low, like a blanket pulled to a chin. The leaves seemed to be listening too. She set the cloth aside. "Storm days are for tending what tends us," she said. "Tea first, then lanterns." They drank from wide-mouthed cups that made the steam drift up against their faces. The tea was simple and clean, mint and something floral he couldn't name. He held the cup between his hands a long time, even after he'd finished, letting the warmth teach his fingers what morning meant. When they were done, she led him to the workbench beside the shed where tools hung like sleeping swallows. She brought out the wooden crate of lanterns that needed mending. Some frames were bent, a few hooks loose, several panes starred with hairline cracks. He ran his thumb along a brass rim, feeling the history of thumbprints that had polished it. "The glass," he said gently, "is tired." "It's been brave," she answered. "Braver than it looks." He set to work with slow hands, the kind she had asked for. He plumbed bent, corners straight, tightened screws until their tremble stilled, and cut new glass carefully, letting each shard announce its edge with a small song against the file. He kept a little pile of screws near his wrist and moved each finished lantern into a neat line, the way a choir stands waiting to be called. She was beside him, working on wicks. He watched the way she trimmed them, not too short to choke the flame, not so long that smoke would stain the glass. "Wicks are like words," she said. "Too much and the room gets cloudy. Too little and the light goes mean." He nodded, thinking of conversations he'd left in peace and others he'd crowded with too many intentions. "I've burned both kinds," he said. "We all have," she smiled. "The mercy is that light wants to live." By late morning, the sky darkened in steps, as if someone were closing shutters one by one. The orchard learned a new colour. Pear leaves went a brooding green, the grass a deeper velvet. A low wind began to speak through the rose, clearing its throat. "Let's hang what we can," she said. They moved together, a practiced dance learned in an hour by two people who understood how to carry small things as if they mattered. He climbed the wooden ladder while she held it steady with both hands, face tilted up in watchfulness. He hooked each lantern, tested its swing, and passed the next one up. They lit none of them yet. It was too soon for flame, and still the world felt tender enough to be trusted. By the time they reached the far line of trees, a first drop tapped the back of his hand, then another on his cheek, cool and clean, a blessing before the sacrament of rain. The old woman looked toward the west. The grey fold had thickened, and beneath it the hills had lost their edges. "Inside now," she said. The shed welcomed them with its familiar breath of earth and fruit. She set 2 lanterns on the table and checked the seals again, a mother straightening a child's scarf. The first wind reached the door, pressed a palm to the wood, then rested it there, feeling for weakness. "They'll come," she said quietly, not looking at him. "Who?" he asked. "Anyone who's walked this long road. There's a way storms make neighbours of us all." Thunder rolled nearer, not a shout, but a deep clearing of heaven's voice. The old woman set her hand on the carpenter's wrist. "Will you light the first one?" she asked. "I like when a new hand wakes the light." He struck the match against the stone, and the sulphur flashed a brief yellow. He cupped it as he touched flame to wick, and the lantern breathed itself alive, a small gold-beating heart. He lit the second. Then, while the 2 flames found their steady, he felt something unclench in his chest. That little reserve the body keeps for emergencies easing open like a door. "Now," she said, "we hang them." They stepped back into the first sweep of rain. Fat drops, spaced wide, the prelude before the orchestra. He climbed and hooked and climbed again, while she moved at the base of each tree, testing knots and tightening ties, her shawl beading with darkened rain like a rosary worn by the weather. One by one, the lanterns answered the grey with patient gold. Halfway down the 3rd row, the wind came proper. The trees began a low, companionable roar. Leaves turned their pale undersides to the sky as if showing a soft throat in trust. The first real thunder spoke from the belly of the cloud. That was when the gate latch lifted and 3 figures came in, hoods up, coats slick with rain. A farmhand from the next ridge, the carpenter guessed, broad shoulders and honest gait. Beside him a woman with a covered basket, and between them a boy with a knitted cap tugged down to his brows. They paused under the first lantern. The old woman's mouth softened, and she waved them toward the shed. "Set the basket there," she said, "and warm your hands." The man shook rain from his sleeves. The woman unwound the scarf from her neck, and the boy stood very still, letting a lantern's light rest on his face as if it were a bird landing without fear. "Storm caught us on the path to the mill," the farmer said, voice low. "Then we saw the lights. That's what they're for, the old woman said simply. The carpenter poured tea again. The boy took his cup in both hands, careful and ceremonial, as children often are before they learn to hurry. He sipped and blinked. It tastes like our garden smells, he said. Then your garden is wise, the old woman answered. The rain grew. It was not the angry kind, flung in handfuls, but the determined kind, persistent, cleansing, falling with the weight of a season's decision. On the roof, the drops found a rhythm, then a harmony, then a steady chant. The lanterns swayed on their hooks, not wildly, but with the devotion of people praying standing up. Your lights, the woman with the basket said. We could see them from the ridge, like a road written in the air. The old woman's eyes shone, though whether from lantern or memory or a seam of feeling opened by weather, it was hard to say. My husband loved a storm, she said. He used to say you can hear honesty in the rain. It tells the truth about the roof, the path, the fence, the heart. He taught me to light early. Early? The carpenter asked. So those who wander don't wonder whether they're welcome. They stayed like that for a time, 5 people and a table, steam and rain and the patient choreography of flame, while the storm did its work. Now and then the boy shuffled closer to the door, watching the lanterns bow and rise, the way we all do when the wind insists we remember we are part of a larger breath, when the thunder lifted a little and the air brightened by a single shade. The old woman rose. Time to walk the rows, she said. Storms are less afraid of people who meet them halfway. She and the carpenter went first, the others following at a respectful distance. They moved from tree to tree, steadying lanterns, tightening knots. At one tree, a pane had cracked. The carpenter eased it free and replaced it with the spare he had cut that morning. Better, he said. The lantern answered with a clearer glow, as if relieved to be understood. At the far edge of the orchard, the wind hit hardest. A lantern there swung too wide, and its flame stretched thin. The carpenter, without thinking, cupped both hands around the glass and leaned his forehead to the metal roof of the frame. The old woman's hands came up beside his, her fingers small and certain. Together they made a shelter big enough for a flame to remember itself. The light, grateful, gathered and grew round again. They stood like that a long moment, cheeks wet from rain, hands warm with persistence, faces reflecting a gold that made them look briefly younger. When they lowered their hands, the lantern bobbed once, then steadied. Behind them, the boy said, "It's like the light knows you." "It knows we won't leave," the old woman whispered. The storm began to tire in that way storms do, not by admitting defeat, but by returning what they borrowed from the sky. The thunder walked farther off. The rain softened from insistence to apology. A shy clarity came back to the day, and on the edges of leaves, pearls formed where drops had decided to stay a while longer. They returned to the shed where the air now smelled of wet wood and warm metal. The farmhand pulled a folded sack from his coat and set it on the table. "Flour," he said, "for your kindness." She shook her head. "Kindness pays itself. Keep it." He risked a smile. "Then let us at least leave bread," the woman said, lifting the cloth from her basket to reveal 2 loaves. Their crusts crackled with yesterday's heat. The old woman accepted them, not as payment but as conversation, the way gifts should travel. When the gate finally clicked and the 3 started back along the path, the boy turned once more to look at the orchard. The lantern still glowed, though day had begun to carry its own light again. He raised his hand as if answering a roll call. and the old woman lifted hers, as if counting him present. The carpenter watched until they were small figures stitched into distance by a silver thread of path. Then he picked up the last lantern from the bench, the one with the tiniest imperfection in the glass, a crescent bubble like a moon caught mid-breath. "For the tall tree," he said. They walked there together. The storm had combed the orchard smooth, leaving behind a quiet that felt earned. He hung the lantern and struck a match. The flame took, hesitated, and then settled into a round, steady brightness. He could see the bubble in the glass, catching the light and bending it into a thin smile that moved when the lantern did. "Do you see?" the old woman asked softly. "I do," he said. They stood beneath the branches, not speaking, while the lantern taught the air how to be gentle again. Somewhere a thrush tried its song a second time, and finding the day willing, continued. When at last they turned back toward the shed, the carpenter glanced over his shoulder. The lantern's glow followed them down the row, a patient companion who knew how long roads can be. Sometimes the holiest light is simply the one that refuses to go out. The quiet after, by afternoon, the storm had withdrawn into the hills, leaving the orchard washed and listening. Drops clung to the underside of leaves like notes the wind had forgotten to play. The earth turned dark and fragrant, released a cool breath from its deep rooms. Somewhere a gutter emptied itself in a last thin ribbon, and the path shone in patches where the sun pressed tentative hands to the ground. The carpenter and the old woman did not speak for a while. They stood at the shed door, letting the quiet count them. A lantern near the threshold still burned, though the day no longer required it. Its small flame seemed reluctant to step back, like a friend lingering at the gate. The old woman lifted the globe, pinched the wick to a gentler size, and set the lantern on a high peg where light could rest without duty. "Storm straighten the shelves," she said at last. "Inside and out." He nodded. A fatigue had settled into his shoulders, the honest kind that comes after carrying something with care. When he rolled his sleeves down, the fabric whispered across his skin with the sound of paper turning a clean page. They began the simple work of after, checking the drain where pears sometimes gathered, shaking water from the canvas that covered the kindling, propping open the shed window to let in a path of air. He found a fallen twig wedged in the hinge and eased it free. The window answered with a smooth sigh. Along the fence a single board had loosened. He set a knee to the damp grass, pressed the wood true with the heel of his hand, and drove 2 patient nails until the tremor went out of the slat. The old woman laid her palm against the board when he finished, as if listening with her skin. "Hold," she whispered to the fence, not as an order but as a blessing. By the well, a tin pail had filled to the brim and now offered the sky back to itself. In the reflected blue he saw the lanterns as scattered stars, pale in day, waiting for night's call. A breeze came through the rows, a mild, linen-smelling breeze, and the leaves gave a communal shiver, letting go the last clear beads. The sound was soft applause, the kind given by people who have learned to be grateful without making a show of it. "Come," she said, "we'll make soup before the evening decides to be evening. My joints have their own weather, and they say the night will think about a chill." The kitchen received them with the gentle chaos of use. A wooden spoon resting in a shallow bowl of flour, a dish towel folded into a makeshift trivet, a sprig of thyme forgotten on the sill, now lifted by sunlight into a small banner of green. She placed the bread, the gift from the basket woman, on a board and wrapped it loosely with a cloth the colour of washed river stones. "Bread likes a little covering," she said. the way we all do. He washed his hands at the basin. The water was cool as a fresh answer. When he dried them, he left the towel neatly doubled on the peg. Order felt like kindness after weather. From the larder she brought onions, a carrot, a heel of celeriac, and a small jar of lentils whose glass had fogged at the rim with the kitchen's heat. She set the pot upon the stove and filled it with water measured by ear, the soft glug that told her enough. They worked without instruction. He peeled, she chopped. He sliced bread with a slow saw of the blade, the serrations making a whisper through the crust. She warmed oil in the pot until it made the faintest shiver, then slid the onions in and laid the spoon across them the way one calms a fretful child. The smell rose, a sweet forgiving smell, and the rooms of the house relaxed. "Do you ever pray with words?" he asked, not as a test, but as one asks whether a path turns left at the old oak. "Sometimes," she said, eyes on the spoon. "But more often with heat and patience. Some prayers keep their manners better when your hands are busy." He smiled, then fell into the quiet she had prepared. He watched how she salted, not with a flourish, but with a few considered pinches, then a pause to let the salt discover its work. He added the lentils after rinsing them in a sieve until the water ran clear. The pot took the hint and began to speak in soft, considerate bubbles. While the soup grew itself, he stepped to the window. The orchard beyond had arranged its posture into a kind of gratitude. Branches eased, grass tilted toward light, the distant path flushed clean. A black cat trod the low wall with the confidence of a small queen returning to her sitting room. The church bell in the village, a mile or so away, offered a single note, not the call to any particular hour, but a throat clearing, as if testing whether the world could still hear it. He listened until the note folded back into air. On the sill lay a small object he hadn't noticed, a brass locket, oval and plain, its hinge worn bright by thumb and forefinger. He did not touch it. The old woman, following his gaze, set the spoon down. "Storms bring him back to me," she said gently, "though he never really leaves. That was his. He kept a lock of hair in it the first years we were married. Then later, a leaf from the orchard pressed so thin you could almost read through it. The leaf crumbled to nothing one summer, and he laughed as if loss could be kind too." She reached past him and opened the locket. Inside, instead of hair or leaf, lay a thin fragment of paper, folded twice. She did not unfold it. "He was a man of notes, your grandfather," she said, and her mouth softened around the word "your," as though testing whether it might fit the carpenter's story. Then she closed the locket and left it where the sun could warm the brass. The soup was ready when it stopped insisting and began to hum. She ladled it into 2 wide bowls that showed their years in a network of pale crazings, like frost on pond glass. They ate at the small table under the shelf where mugs hung like bells. The first spoonful was nearly silent, only the careful tap of metal on ceramic. He tasted onion made tender by time, the shy sweetness of carrot, the friendly weight of lentils agreeing to be humble. Steam fogged his glasses and he let it remain a moment, seeing the old woman and the room and the world as through a soft veil. Everyone looked gentler like that. They broke the bread between their hands. Crust flaked, crumb pulled, warmth arrived in their palms. He buttered one slice for her with a patience that came easily and set it on the lip of her bowl. She nodded once in thanks, and the nod stood for several other things they did not need to say. A knock, barely a question, came to the back door. The old woman wiped her hands and opened it. The farmhand from the ridge stood there again, hat in hand, rain dark now only at the brim. The boy kept a respectful half-step behind, his knitted cap pushed back in the relief of a calmer day. "Fence broke on our side," the man said, apology built into his stance. "Found 2 of your pears that had rolled under, and I thought—" He held up a cloth with the fruit in it like 2 moons sharing a small sky. "Bless you," she said. Peers have their own ideas about borders. The boy's eyes stole past her to the bowls on the table, then to the window, then back to the locket's brief flash of sun. "We thought we heard the bell," he said. "You did," the carpenter answered. "It asked if we were listening." The old woman cut 2 thin slices of bread, spread them with butter, and wrapped them in paper. She placed the parcel in the man's hands as if offering him something that had been waiting for him specifically. "For your road," she said, "and a little for the pocket." The boy touched the edge of the paper with a finger, a gesture so small and grateful it seemed almost a prayer. The man set the pears on the table and tipped his hat. "We'll mend our peace tomorrow," he said. "We'll mend it true." After they left, the house settled into the hour that has no name, the scene between day and evening where tasks agree to pause and shadows make the furniture look briefly surprised to find itself exactly where it is. The old woman rinsed the bowls. The water found the places the bread had remembered. He dried each piece slowly and set it on the rack with the concentration of arranging notes in a gentle song. When she wiped the table, she moved crumbs into her palm with the side of her hand, then pinched them and tossed them from the step for the birds. "Nothing wasted," she said, "not even small hunger." The carpenter stepped back outside. The orchard was a book held open to a page filled with margin notes of light. The lanterns, now extinguished, still kept the shape of flame, as if remembering carried its own brightness. A single cloud, exhausted and honest, drifted above the far hill like a sheep returning late to the fold. He walked to the tall tree where they had hung the last lantern at noon. The tiny bubble in its glass caught the day's slipping gold and bent it into that thin, travelling smile. He touched the metal gently. Heat had gone, but a warmth remained. Something like a memory that had agreed to keep company without asking for anything in return. Behind him, the church bell tried another note, then a second, this time deciding, and the village took a breath together without needing to be told. He thought of storms and soup, of fences and faces, of a locket warmed by a window, and a boy who watched the way light behaves when people refuse to leave. He stood there until the shadows decided they were evening and the first moths apprenticed themselves to the last reachable edges of day. When he turned toward the house, the old woman was in the doorway, shawl gathered, one hand on the frame, as if blessing those who pass through by steadying the wood that holds them. "Still," she said, noticing the air, "the kind of quiet you can lean your back against." He joined her on the step. They did not light the lanterns, there was light enough. They did not speak, there were words enough. For a little while they simply listened to the night discovering itself again after weather, each of them an attentive witness, each of them kept by the same tender, inexhaustible hand. Sometimes healing comes not as a surge, but as a room that remembers you by name. The road of returning morning came softly, the kind that doesn't announce itself but simply begins, light unfolding like the edge of a letter. The orchard gleamed with dew. Every blade of grass seemed newly minted, every leaf freshly forgiven. The carpenter sat on the step with a mug of tea cooling in his hands and watched the world collect itself for another day. The old woman was already among the trees, shawl loose about her shoulders, gathering fallen pears into her apron. From this distance she looked almost part of the landscape. One more curve among the rows, one more faithful rhythm. The lanterns, still unlit, dangled like punctuation marks waiting for the next sentence of the sky. He rose, stretched, and walked to her. The air smelled of loam, wet bark, and the faint sweetness left behind by the storm. She looked up as he approached and smiled. "You slept well, I hope." "As if the night itself tucked me in," he said. "That's how you know you're meant to leave soon," she said gently. "When a place begins to let you rest without needing you to stay." He hesitated, running a hand through his hair. "You knew I would go." "Of course," she said. "Travelers are prayers with feet. They stop long enough to teach the ground to listen. Then they keep walking." She set down her basket. "But eat before you start teaching any more ground." She led him back to the house where breakfast waited in quiet simplicity. Bread reheated on the stove, honey in a small clay bowl, slices of pear in a dish lined with leaves. The old woman poured tea into 2 cups and sat across from him, her elbows resting lightly on the table. "I dreamed," he said, "of light moving across the orchard. The lanterns were walking among the trees." She nodded, unstartled. "They do sometimes, or maybe your spirit was walking among them. The line between the two is thin as breath." He smiled. "Do they ever go far?" "Far enough to find someone who needs them," she said. "Then they come back, quieter but wiser." They ate in silence. Outside, a bee worried the edge of the open window, then moved on. Somewhere far off, a cart creaked down the road, its wheels humming a steady tune. The old woman looked at him with that particular kind of affection that has nothing to do with possession. "Where will you go now?" she asked. "Wherever the path turns next," he said. "The bell tower in the village told me to keep listening. The bridge by the river told me to keep mending. The orchard told me to keep light alive." He smiled faintly. "So maybe I'll follow those 3 instructions until I'm old enough to forget why I started." She laughed, the sound small and good. "You speak like a man who's already found what he's looking for." "Maybe," he said. "Or maybe I just know what to notice." She poured a little more tea. "Then notice this," she said. From her apron pocket she drew a tiny glass jar sealed with wax. Inside was a single pear seed. "It's from the tree that bore its fruit last night," she said. "Plant it wherever your heart needs shade." He accepted it with both hands. "It will remember you." "It will remember the light," she corrected softly. "That's better." When they stepped outside, the world had grown brighter. Clouds drifted apart like polite guests making room for one another. The path out of the orchard shimmered faintly where puddles caught the sky. The old woman walked with him to the gate. "This path," she said, "has been walked by many pilgrims, farmers, people with nothing but hope in their pockets. Every one of them left a little kindness here. If you listen closely, the ground still hums with it." He looked down at his boots, streaked with dried mud, then at the road ahead. "Do you ever wish you had gone with your husband?" She shook her head. "He went ahead of me to plant light in places I'll never see. My work is to tend what glows here. We meet halfway every evening, I think. He in the stars, I in the lanterns." She reached up and adjusted the strap of his satchel as if it were an old habit. "You'll find good people and lonely ones. Sometimes they're the same. Remember, you don't need to fix every sorrow. Just stay long enough to make it less afraid." He nodded. "You've given me more than I can carry." "Then you're carrying it right," she said. They stood for a while at the gate, letting goodbye find its natural shape. It came without ache, just a stillness that felt almost sacred. A butterfly, pale as parchment, fluttered between them and lifted toward the trees. "Go on now," she said. "The road will wait for you until you trust it." He started down the path. After a few steps, he turned. She was still there, her hand on the gatepost, framed by the orchard like a bookmark holding the page. He raised the little jar in farewell. She lifted her hand in return. The path curved, and the orchard folded itself out of sight. The sound of bees and leaves faded into a single long sigh of wind. Ahead, the land opened into fields, their lines straight and shining with wet. A distant steeple caught the sun. He walked steadily, the rhythm of his boots matching the slow pulse of the world after rain. Now and then, he passed people returning to their work. A man patching a roof, a woman washing linen on a line, children setting sticks to float in a roadside puddle. Each one nodded, smiled or waved, the silent language of those who have recently survived weather together. At a crossroads he paused. To the left a road led toward the river valley, to the right into a low wood, straight ahead toward the faint outline of a town. He closed his eyes for a moment and listened. Somewhere deep within, like a memory of a note, he heard the bell from the village he'd left days ago. It sounded distant, softened by miles, but clear in meaning. "Forward," he murmured, and took the road to the town. By midday he reached a ridge. From there he could see rooftops, thin spirals of chimney smoke, and the glint of a market square where people moved like quiet punctuation marks in a long living sentence. He sat on a fallen log and unwrapped his lunch, a piece of bread, an apple, a handful of almonds. The jar with the pear seed sat beside him, catching the sun. He thought of the orchard silence after the storm, of the bridge where names were remembered, of the bell and the candle, of the many hands that had steadied his journey without knowing his name. He closed his eyes, and in the dark behind them he saw light, small, steady, endless in its patience. When he opened them again, a child was standing a few feet away, watching him with open curiosity. The boy held a carved wooden toy, rough, simple, clearly loved. "Are you a preacher?" the child asked. "Sometimes," the carpenter said. "Mostly I listen." "What's in the jar?" "A seed," he said. "A promise." The boy nodded as if that made perfect sense. "My grandmother says every promise is a kind of prayer, even the ones we whisper." The carpenter smiled. "She's right. What's your name?" "Eli," the boy said. "You coming to town?" "I am." "Then you can walk with me," the boy said. "The road is less long when someone else's steps keep time." They walked together toward the rooftops, sunlight collecting in the puddles, the air filled with the clean scent of the world after forgiveness. At the edge of the town, the carpenter looked back once more. The hills behind him were wrapped in a faint haze, but through it he could almost see the orchard, its lanterns trembling faintly like souls who have learned to glow without fear. He touched the jar in his pocket and whispered, "Thank you," though he wasn't sure to whom, the woman, the world, or the quiet that had taught him how to love it. Then he stepped into the town, the road closing softly behind him like a page turned gently by an unseen hand. If this chapter of light and leaving touched your spirit tonight, let it rest quietly beside your own memories of kindness. And if you wish to walk again with the carpenter tomorrow, subscribe, and we'll keep following the road of returning together. The man at the fountain, The town rose from the plain like something remembered rather than newly built. Its roofs uneven, its streets narrow enough for voices to travel from one wall to another. The carpenter entered quietly, as one might step into a church where prayer was already in progress. The stones underfoot were still damp from the morning, and every window carried a small reflection of sky. He followed the sound of water until he came to the square. In its centre stood a fountain, carved long ago, worn to the softness of habit. 4 angels, or perhaps just 4 hopeful figures with wings, poured clear water from their jars. Pigeons hopped around the basin, their feet pink and unashamed. A man sat on the edge of the fountain with his shoes off and his feet in the water. He looked to be in his 60s, but carried that particular weariness that makes the young and the old difficult to tell apart. His coat, once formal, was threadbare at the elbows. A violin case lay beside him, open and empty. The carpenter set down his pack. "Mind if I sit?" "Free fountain," the man said without looking up. "The angels haven't started charging yet." The carpenter smiled, sat down, and dipped his own fingers into the water. It was cool and clear, the kind of water that seems to know its purpose. "You play?" "Used to," the man said. He lifted his feet from the basin, watched the ripples spread and vanish. "Now I mostly remember." He took a rag from his pocket and began drying his feet, each motion deliberate, almost reverent. "My wife used to say I practiced too loud. My daughter used to say I practiced too little. Both of them were right, I suppose." "Do you still have the violin?" the carpenter asked. "I do." The man's hand brushed the case. "It's not the playing that's gone. It's the listening." A pause settled between them. The square was filling with sound, the slap of bread loaves set on tables, a child laughing, a dog shaking off dust. The water kept its steady rhythm beneath it all, a small reminder that stillness and motion can live in the same breath. "Were you a musician by trade?" "Once," the man said. "Travelled with orchestras that no longer exist. Played concert halls where the echoes outlasted the applause." He smiled faintly. "Then I came home one winter to find silence had rented the place." The carpenter looked at him. "I've met silence on the road," he said. "It's not unkind, just hungry." The man's eyes flicked toward him, surprised by the accuracy of it. "Hungry for what?" "For a note that forgives it," the carpenter said softly. The man let out a small, tired laugh. "You talk like a priest." "No," the carpenter said. "I just listen like one." The man's smile lingered a moment, then faded. "When my daughter was 12, he said, she used to come to every rehearsal. She'd sit near the back, scribbling in a notebook. Said she wanted to be a writer. I told her music would make her poor, and writing would make her hungrier. She laughed at me, said maybe being hungry was the point." He leaned back and looked at the sky. "We argued the night before her birthday. I was late to her recital. She waited for me. I never came. I had a performance that couldn't wait. She stopped speaking to me after that. 15 years, not a word." The carpenter was quiet. The sound of water filled the pause, gentle and forgiving. 2 winters ago, the man continued, I got a letter, not from her, from a nurse. She'd been in an accident. They said she'd asked for her father before she passed. His voice faltered, but not dramatically, just enough for truth to show through. When I arrived, she was already gone. They gave me her notebook. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small, weathered book. Its edges were darkened from years of handling. He held it carefully, like a relic. She wrote stories about people she never met, but I swear she wrote about me too, the way she imagined I could have been. He opened the notebook, On one page, a few lines of ink shimmered faintly in the light. There is no music louder than forgiveness. It fills the silence others leave behind. The carpenter read it twice. She forgave you, he said quietly. The man nodded once, his throat working. I think she did, but the ear that needed to hear it, mine, had gone deaf long before. The carpenter looked at the violin case. Would you play for her now? The man hesitated. It's been too long. Not for her, the carpenter said. Something in that sentence shifted the air. The man opened the case. Inside, the violin was beautiful even in disrepair. A bridge slightly askew, a string loose, the bow worn to its edge. He lifted it gently, set it under his chin, and drew the bow once across the strings. The sound was raw, imperfect, but alive. People in the square turned. A baker paused with flour on his hands. A child stopped spinning a hoop. The notes came slow and uneven at first, then steadier. He played a simple tune, one built on small steps rather than leaps, the kind you might hum without knowing why. The fountain's rhythm joined in. Pigeons cooed like quiet percussion. When the last note trembled into stillness, the man lowered the bow and exhaled. A tear hung from his chin and fell into the water. It's not much, he said. It's everything, the carpenter replied. It's the sound of being found. The man stared at the ripples, then smiled through the blur. Do you believe God listens to things this broken? Especially to things this broken, the carpenter said. They remind him how much we still need mending. The man nodded slowly. Then maybe I'll play again tomorrow. You should, the carpenter said. Play for the living too. The man packed the violin carefully, as one might put a child to sleep. And you? What do you do? I fix what time loosens, the carpenter said. The man chuckled softly. Then you'll never run out of work. No, the carpenter agreed. But sometimes I find the work mends me too. He rose, shouldered his satchel, and offered his hand. The man took it, their palms meeting like two notes finally in harmony. Thank you, the man said. For what? For listening loud enough that even silence could hear. The carpenter smiled. She's still listening, you know. The man looked up. Then I'll keep playing until she hums along. The carpenter turned toward the road that led out of the square. Behind him, the violin began again, not perfect, not practiced, but true. The sound followed him as he walked, rising and falling with the rhythm of his steps, a melody both mournful and alive. When he reached the edge of town, he paused and looked back. The fountain glimmered, catching the afternoon light, and for a moment he imagined one of the angels leaning slightly closer, as if to hear. He smiled and whispered, Amen. Then he walked on, his shadow stretching before him, the echo of the violin becoming part of the day's last warmth, proof that even sorrow, when played with love, can become a kind of prayer. If this chapter's music lingered in your heart tonight, let it hum softly until sleep finds you. And if you wish to hear where the road takes the carpenter next, subscribe, and we'll keep walking through the gentle light together. The candle maker's window. By evening the sea had pulled its colour inward, leaving the harbour the pale blue of porcelain. The carpenter came down the lane where nets hung like quiet laundry and oars leaned against whitewashed walls. The air tasted of salt and iron. Gulls argued without hurry on the pier posts. A bell from the small chapel up the hill gave one slow note, then let the silence hold it. He found the shop by its smell before he saw its door. Warm wax, honey, and the faint, clean bite of lye. In the window, short candles stood in a neat drift like a winter field, Beside them, 3 tall tapers bowed to each other as if sharing news. The sign above the lintel had lost a few letters to salt and years. What remained read simply, light. Inside, a woman around 70 moved between a copper pot and a long wooden bench. She wore an apron streaked with wax and kept her grey hair braided and pinned like rope on a mooring cleat. The room had the drift of a workshop that belongs to its rhythm. Wick spools on pegs, moulds in rows, a kettle murmuring to itself. Beeswax blocks, the colour of old pages, were stacked like books. "Evening," the carpenter said, as one speaks when stepping softly into a library. "Evening," she answered, not turning at once. "Mind the slow board near your boot. He's been thinking of the sea and wants to sway with it." He tested the floorboard. It rocked, not dangerously, but enough to give the room the small pulse of a boat at anchor. He smiled. "I'll tread light." She poured a thin line of melted wax along a string of wicks, each one pinned at intervals, the way a seamstress might baste cloth. "If you're selling anything, I've got no coin tonight," she said. "If you need a candle, you'll have one. If you're after talk, I can offer tea and the talk will follow if it wishes." "Tea sounds right," he said, "and I might buy neither nor sell anything. But I can carry or trim or plane a stubborn edge. I'm better with wood than with money." She let a breath out that might have been a laugh. "I'm Marta. Kettle's there. Cups are clean if you trust my hands." The cups were chipped but honest. He filled them, and the barley tea let off soft steam that warmed the nose more than the tongue. Marta's hands, he noticed, were thickened at the knuckles, the way hands are when they have learned both patience and pain. As she dipped wicks into the copper pot, a tremor visited her wrist and left. "That board," he nodded at the bench with its careful clutter, "wants a little truth under its leg. May I?" "Truth under the leg," she repeated, amused. "Take what off-cut you like." He crouched and slipped a scrap of wood under the shortest leg, shaved it with his pocket plane in quiet passes until the bench settled with a sigh. The room felt stiller, or perhaps gratitude had weight. He tested the surface. There, he's remembered his land legs. Marta touched the bench as if to thank it for cooperating. "I'll pay you in sugared almonds if I can find where I hid them from, myself." "I'll take a handful of mistakes," he said, "and give you back something to make fewer of them." She tilted her head. He pointed to the snipped wicks strewn in the catch tray, ragged as torn fringe. "A jig," he said, "a small one, so the lengths come clean." From the offcuts near the stove, he whittled a narrow block, cut 2 notches, and tapped in a tiny stop with the end of his knife. "Lay the wick here, pull to this shoulder snip. They'll stand like little soldiers." Marta tried it once, then again. The cut ends lined up as if they had agreed on a dignity of their own. Her smile arrived slowly, as a tide does across flats. "My fingers thank you," she said. "They tire sooner than they used to." "They've remembered quite a lot," he answered, and the compliment sat correctly between them. Night gathered in the window. The street lamps along the quay popped into their halos one by one, and the shop's hanging bell, an old brass tongue on a simple loop, trembled when the door breathed. A fisherman came in for a packet of stubs for his wife's vigil. A boy came for a thin candle to burn while he learned his catechism. A widow brought an empty jar smelling faintly of lavender to be filled with melted beeswax for the arthritis in her hands. Marta tended each with few words and exact attention, writing names on paper bands as if binding prayers. When the door closed again, the room felt broader. The carpenter leaned an elbow on the bench. "Do you make all the candles for the chapel?" "I do," she said. and for most of the windows along the harbour. People like a small light to tell the sea their door is still their door. And your own window? Always one there, she said, almost offhand, but the words held something older than habit. She set down her tongs and opened a drawer in the bench. Inside lay a small notebook and beneath it a handful of envelopes bound by twine. She hesitated, then untied the stack. The topmost letter was unsealed. The handwriting was small and neat, as if carefulness could keep sorrow from spilling. "My son," she said, "Thomas. He went to sea young and angry. We had our last quarrel where mothers and sons often have them, over whether love is a rope or a sail." She slid the letter out halfway. "There were years of postcards and then there were none. I still write. I seal most. I post few." The carpenter rested his palm on the bench, the wood warm under it from the pot. "What keeps you from the post?" "Nothing sensible," she said. "A superstition I would scold in others. If silence has decided to live in a house, I think perhaps letters are just chairs I carry in for it." He nodded. On the counter, finished tapers cooled in their moulds with the smallest sounds, like shallow breathing. "I have known silence to be a tenant," he said. "It doesn't always pay rent. But sometimes it waters the fern if you leave one in the window for it." She let the drawer close. "When the lighthouse failed 3 winters ago in a storm," she said, freshening the story's wick with a new flame, "the men out beyond the mouth looked for anything. We sent every candle we had up the hill and set them along the cliff in a line. That night you could see the land from the water by a seam of small, stubborn fires. 3 boats came in on that seam. None of them held my Thomas." Her hand tightened slightly, then she let it loosen again. "Still, I'm proud of the seam." The carpenter glanced at the wall where an old fruit crate waited to be useful. Its slats were thin but straight. He took it down, pried it apart, and with a few quiet gestures, 2 dovetailed corners cut with his knife, a notch here, a brood of small wooden pegs tapped in with the handle, he made a lantern frame. He lined the sides with thin parchment sheets from a stack near the scales, then laced a braided wick through a shallow tin cup and set it on a wooden post in the centre. When he was done, the lantern looked humble and ready. "For the cliff," he said. Marta touched the frame. "It will blow out." He blew once across the wick, a draught, a warning, and the flame steadied, protected by the slatted sides. "It will bow, and then stand up again," he said. Inside the top slat, he penciled a sentence no one would see unless they knew to look, "For winds that forget the way." Marta read it under her breath and nodded, a little as one nods toward the altar on entering. "You name wood the way a gardener names weather," she said. They closed the shop. She hung a small notice, "Back after Vespers, or before if the sea is kind," and they climbed the narrow path to the chapel. The door was unlatched. Inside, the air tasted of cold stone and beeswax. The pews kept their creaks like old jokes. Along the side wall, the stand that held the votive trays wobbled like an indecisive thought. The carpenter knelt and pressed his thumb into the warped pine. He found the split, followed it with his finger like a line in scripture, and lifted the tray free. From the broom closet, he borrowed a hammer with the chapel's initials carved into its handle, and from a windowsill he took a nail left by some previous hopeful repair. He worked as one prays, small, steady motions, the pauses as important as the taps. He replaced one board, planed a shim from the old mould shelf, then set the tray back. It did not wobble anymore. He ran his palm along the edge, smoothing a splinter before it could teach a lesson. Marta lit 2 candles, one for the living and one for the dead. Their light coloured the stone with the gentlest gold, the sort that makes dust look like blessing. She whispered her son's name once, not to possess him, but to return him to the one who never misplaces a soul. They carried the new lantern to the cliff path. Night had drawn itself fully around the harbour. Out beyond the breakwater, the sea showed its slow shoulders. Marta hung the lantern on the old iron hook near the path's turn, where the cliff gives a last counsel to the water. The wick caught, faltered, then found its small courage. The slatted light fell in lines across the grass, making a little harbour on land. A man with a knitted cap passed on his way down, his boots careful on the stone. He touched the brim of his cap. "Good to see the cliff lit again, Marta," he said. "My boy says he looks for that light when the fog plays tricks." "It's only a small one," she answered. "That's why it works," he said, and went on. They stood a while without speaking. The lantern creaked in the wind exactly as a mast might. The chapel bell, far behind, gave a single note for the night. The carpenter pulled his coat closer, not against cold, but in respect. Marta slipped a folded letter from her apron pocket, opened it and did not read. "I thought I would post this tomorrow," she said. "Now, I think I will send something else first." "What?" "A candle," she said, "addressed to any ship that needs finding." She smiled, tired and pleased. "And if Thomas sees it, that will be the sea's good work, not my insistence." They walked back to the shop by the soft path light. Inside, the kettle remembered what to do. The carpenter shaped one more small thing, a curved handrest that cradled a wrist, cut from a piece of applewood left from a crate. He showed Marta how to place it so the weight of the knife fell true without burdening her joints. She tried it and closed her eyes briefly. The relief like a blessing that doesn't mind the word. "You'll take payment?" she asked. "I have," he said, nodding toward the lantern by the door, where a copy sat cooling, the second frame he had made while the tea steeped. "You gave me the shape of patience." She set 3 sugared almonds in his palm anyway, as grand as if she were handing him 3 pearls. "For the road," she said, "and for remembering that some work is to be done slowly, otherwise it isn't done at all." He buttoned his coat. The room carried that late-hour quiet that knows how to keep promises. At the door he paused. "If you ever do post the letter," he said without turning, "write the last line first. Sometimes courage needs to see where it's going." "What last line?" she asked. He looked back, and there was the briefest mischief in his kindness. "Something true and small," he said, "like, your mother's window is still a harbour." When he stepped into the lane, the harbour lamps trembled in their own reflections. Up on the cliff, the new lantern's thin glow held its place, neither proud nor shy. Behind him in the shop, a single candle burned in the window, a narrow, unwavering column, as if the house itself were standing to greet whoever passed. He listened a moment to the sea pushing its slow breath against the stones, then set his feet toward the next turn of road. Some lights, he thought, begin the journey for us before the letter ever leaves our hands. The clockmaker's mercy minute morning came softly, the way it does after a night that did only its work and asked for no applause. The harbour's edge wore a pale scarf of mist. Boats spoke to their moorings in low wooden vowels. The carpenter walked under laundry lines where sleeves lifted like small flags in a wind too tired to argue. He carried no plans for the day beyond the usual. Walk, notice, fix what put itself in his hands. The clockmaker's shop appeared where the lane bent, as if hesitating. Its window was crowded with faces, clocks with brass eyelids, Clocks square and stern, clocks round and amiable, all paused in their various surprises. A painted sign swung from a bracket. Keeper of Hours. Beneath, a smaller hand-lettered card added, closed on Sundays and whenever grief requires. The door was propped by a brick that had learned this posture. Inside, time had been stored like rainwater in clean barrels. Even the dust held itself politely. Shelves ran along the walls, and on them clocks waited, each with its own posture of patience. The air smelled of oiled wood and a hint of citrus. Lemon rinds rubbed on tarnished hands to lift their tiredness. Behind the counter stood a man in a cardigan mended at both elbows. He was thin in the way of a violin string, tight enough to sing, fragile enough to snap if pulled too hard. His hair stuck out like uncombed silver grass. His spectacles had one arm wrapped with green thread. "I'll be with you when this second has somewhere to sit," he said without looking up. His fingers, careful as candlelight, returned a palette fork to its place like a bird to its small nest. Then he lifted his head and offered the kind of smile instruments give when tuned. "Good morning, I'm Otto." The carpenter nodded at the roomful of sleeping mouths. They looked like a choir waiting for the conductor's hand. "They're resting their voices," Otto said. "We let them sing on market days. Thursdays are hush." He glanced at the window, where passers-by slowed, as if reading a calendar in reverse. "There's tea in the back and a chair that pretends to be comfortable if you sit bravely." A narrow stair rose to a landing. The banister had a wobble that would betray anyone trusting it. The carpenter set his palm to it, felt the loose post, and filed that truth away for later. He followed Otto into a small kitchen where a kettle steamed as if remembering a distant sea. A shelf held tins with polite labels, Keeman, mint, for uncertain weather. The last tin was nearly empty. "I knew a man," Otto said, pouring water over leaves, "who thought time was a ladder. He climbed quickly, then wondered why looking down made him ill. It turns out time is more like a pond. We stand in it. The deeper we go, the quieter it gets." He handed a cup. "Milk?" "Thank you." They carried the cups back into the shop. Otto set his on a round table scattered with motionless brass screws, each glinting like a tiny thought. On the wall hung a tall case clock with a face like a patient teacher. A crack ran from the numeral 10 toward the moon painted in the arch, then stopped as if it had considered continuing and, out of mercy, declined. This clock, belongs to the hall by the ferry," Otto said, touching the wood where a human hand had touched 1,000 times. Storm years ago forced the ferry schedule into the clock's hands. When she stopped, people missed boats, meetings, a proposal, I fear. They brought her to me when the hall was repaired. I have mended what shows. What's left is what does not. "What does not?" the carpenter asked. Otto opened the door of the tall case. Inside, the pendulum waited. Its brass bob held the room in a brood reflection. On the inner panel of the door, someone had written a verse in pencil, so faint the wood had almost adopted it as grain. "Teach us to number our days, that we may apply our hearts unto wisdom." He touched the words with the back of his knuckle. "The hall used to host a morning prayer on Tuesdays," he said. We kept silence for a minute, just one before the ferry horn. When the clock failed, the silence slipped loose. People hurry better without it. I do not wish to cure that. The carpenter set his cup down very quietly, as if not to frighten the thought. "You want her to hesitate, to remember," Otto said. "Not limp, not falter. Pause, a mercy minute. No more than a breath you can land a day on. He rubbed his thumb on a narrow gear that had teeth like a patient dog. My fingers can coax but not command. The carpenter stepped close to the clock. He watched how the pendulum would swing if it had been invited. He listened to a silence familiar from the moments between a bell's strike and the echo's return. He set his hand beneath the case, pressed lightly along the plinth, and felt something hollow where wood should have been. "She leans," he said. "Houses lean, altars lean, old men lean. It isn't age. It's the floor that forgot its duty." Otto blinked. I had not considered the truth might be under my feet. They moved the tall clock a careful inch from the wall. The carpenter lay on his side, cheek to the floorboards, and looked into the thin space the way a child peers under a bed for monsters. He found a wedge missing from the back left foot, likely removed years before to silence a wobble. He stood, went to the landing, and tested the banister he had noticed. Loose at the newel, held dishonestly by a single screw. He removed it, measured with his eyes, and chose a strip of maple from a pile of scraps near the repair bench. "May I borrow your knife?" he asked. "If you prefer one that bites gently," Otto said, opening a drawer where tools lay like friends in an old photograph. He handed over a small, sharp blade, with a handle worn smooth in the middle from a lifetime of honest holding. The carpenter whittled a wedge in slow, declarative strokes and set it by the clock's back foot. He lifted the case onto the wedge with both hands and his shoulder, then leaned his own weight into the front until the case found vertical like a man remembering his dignity. The pendulum stirred, merely from the shop's breath. "Now," the carpenter murmured. "Invite her." Otto eased the pendulum into motion. It ticked once, but not like a command, more like an agreement, twice, 3 times. The escapement answered, a tiny yes, no, yes, and the tall case took up a rhythm that made the air hush itself to listen. There, now, there, now, there, now. Otto's eyes filmed quickly, the way glass does when warm inside and cold outside. "You've set a bone that wasn't in the body," he said softly. "Bones are stubborn," the carpenter said. "Floors are worse, but they will listen if you speak in wood." They watched the clock for a span long enough for the minute hand to consider bravery. It advanced with feeling. Otto glanced toward the ferry horn that would, on its hour, worry the gulls. "At exactly 7 minutes past," he said. She used to hesitate. He turned a small screw near the crutch, adjusted the beat a breath, then took his hand away, as if clearing a stage for a shy actor. The tick softened. A calm lay down across it. Customers came as customers do in a town where repair is understood as a form of neighborliness. A woman in a blue coat brought a mantel clock that had survived 2 moves and a brief argument. A fisherman carried a small tin alarm that shouted people awake as rudely as weather. Otto received each object as one receives confessions, with care and without surprise. The carpenter stayed mostly quiet, mending the landing banister with a proper dowel and glue he warmed in his palms, then shaving a tiny chamfer along the top rail so hands would feel well guided and not instructed. Between comings and goings they listened to the shop's new breathing. The tall case kept its courage. At 7 minutes past the hour, something in the mechanism remembered a custom not of metal but of mercy. The pendulum did not stop. It did what grief teaches. It widened, then held the far point a heartbeat longer, the way a mother's hand lingers on a child's shoulder when letting go at the school gate. The tick did not become a tock immediately. It allowed a seam of stillness. Otto closed his eyes. The carpenter did not. In that seam, the sounds of town stepped in quietly, the lace of wave against stone, the far thread of a bicycle bell, the rapid feet of a small dog racing dignity up the lane. Even the ferry horn, when it came, seemed to break not a silence but a loaf, giving everyone near the harbour their slice of attention. Otto opened his eyes again and let a breath leave that had been waiting since the storm years ago. "There," he said, "a minute that doesn't count toward aging, only toward mending." They set the clock's door shut. Otto fetched a small stick of graphite and darkened the verse on the inner panel until it could be read without squinting, then added beneath it, in his neat apprentice hand that time had never managed to spoil, "At 7 past, we remember." He blew the dust away and, as if embarrassed by ceremony, put the stick back. Before the carpenter left, he fit a small handrail at the lower stair, a simple wooden lip shaped to accept old fingers in winter. He sanded it with paper worn nearly to cloth and rubbed a little lemon oil on it from the rag Otto used for hands. The rail took the oil like a thirsty thought takes sense. He wrote nothing on it. Some things should be learned by touch. At the door, Otto pressed an envelope into the carpenter's hand. "Nothing inside," he said, "but it has the address of the hall on it. Sometimes an empty envelope keeps a promise better than a full one." The carpenter smiled. "I'll make sure the promise finds its hook." Outside, the mist had lifted into something like forgiveness. On the quay, a woman stood, eyes closed, hands loose at her sides. The ferry horn had just given its long note. Her face wore that private arrangement people's faces wear when a name has been spoken in a language only they and God still understand. The carpenter paused and let the minute complete itself around her before he moved on. Behind him in the shop, the clocks began to practice. Not an uproar, nothing like it. A fence of small ticks, each a patient stake holding the garden steady. The tall case led gently. The carpenter touched the banister as he passed. It answered his hand with the good news of sound wood. He turned into the lane. Laundry fluttered again, this time like benedictions. He walked without hurry, carrying in his pocket a wedge of maple shavings that smelled of orchard and a thin silence that had learned to befriend sound rather than forbid it. At the corner, he looked back. In the window, the clocks still wore their various faces, but now they shared a common breath, as if all the town's rooms had decided to be a little kinder at 7 past the hour. Some days, he thought, do not need more time. They need a minute that is willing to be merciful. The Tuesday pause at the ferry hall. The envelope rode in his pocket like a light stone with a remembered weight. Otto had written only an address, no name, no plea, just the location of the hall that used to borrow its mornings from the ferry horn. The carpenter walked there afternoon, because afternoons forgive a man's unannounced arrival better than mornings do. The wind came off the water in small, even stitches, hemming the day to the harbour with a thread of salt. The hall stood where the quay widened, a square-shouldered building with windows high enough to invite sky. Its paint had paled from blue to a thoughtful grey. On the door, someone had pinned a notice. Not official, only felt tipped and sincere. Tuesday pause, 7 minutes past, tea after. A bowl of rain-polished pebbles sat on the step, as if the sea had left its pocket contents there and wandered off. He pressed the latch. Hinges offered their opinion, long and unhurried. Inside, the wood floor remembered shoes and voices. Pictures in tin frames leaned along the wainscot. Ferry captains with sun-creased eyes. A choir of girls in winter shawls. A man presenting a loaf bigger than his hands to a woman who accepted it without surprise. One window was open a finger, letting the harbour smell sit politely in the corner. A woman was setting cups on a trestle table. She had the steady shoulders of someone who carried chairs without needing applause for it. Her hair, gathered in a low knot, had let a few wisps go free in weather's direction. The kettle beside her ticked as it cooled, sounding satisfied. She looked up when the floor announced his step. "Tea is a promise we can keep," she said. "I'm Marta. It's only us now. More will come when the horn remembers them." Her smile was the kind that already knew a person's name, or something better than a name, the shape of their tiredness. He put the envelope on the table. "From Otto," he said. "It's empty but true." She slid a finger beneath the flap, peered in as you do when a sparrow flies out of a hedge, and you still check for another. "Good," she said. "We've enough words to fill it later if we need to." She set the envelope upright against the sugar bowl, like a small tent. Chairs waited in a kind semicircle, the kind that leaves room for latecomers to slip in without feeling watched. A narrow lectern carried nothing except a cloth and the impression of hands that had leaned there to steady a thought. Above the arch, the tall case clock Otto had spoken of stood in its rightful dignity. The carpenter walked to it, touched the door, and felt through the wood the calm travelled from the shop. When the minute hand approached its old habit, he listened for the hush that was not a failure but a chosen rest. It came. The hall repositioned itself invisibly around it, like a coat settling on shoulders. Marta poured tea into a row of clean cups, each the same but not identical. Their crazing made maps of places nobody now needed to get to. "They'll arrive a few breaths before," she said, "though they'll claim they were only passing by." She pointed gently with her chin at the doorway. "And they'll choose a pebble, the way we used to. I never told them why stones, but their hands knew." "What for?" he asked. "To hold while the clock takes its mercy minute," she said. "Some people carry longing better when it has an honest weight." She wiped the table with her palm, which is the oldest cloth. He walked the edges of the room like a seamstress testing a hem. The eastern window's sash cord had frayed to the last courage of its fibres. A bench near the back wobbled, one back leg biting awkwardly at the floorboard like a nervous tooth. On the wall, a brass bell hung from a leather strap, its tongue wrapped in felt so it would never surprise anyone too sharply. Beside it, someone had penciled a note years ago. "If you need help, ring and then wait without apology." The graphite had faded, but the instruction stood up straight inside it. He took the bench in hand, turned it gently on its side, and found the mortise loosened where an apprentice screw had been asked to grow up too quickly. He shaved a thin sliver from the door's threshold where it had swollen, and pressed it into the bench's joint with a breath of glue. He bound the leg with a well-travelled length of linen he carried wound inside his pocketknife's leather sheath, the way sailors carry scrap rope against days of honest confusion. He set the bench right, pressed the seat with his palm, and felt the wobble confess and stop. By the window he found the frayed sash cord and measured it against his forearm, as carpenters do when they trust their bones more than their rulers. He spliced in a new length from a coil that hung behind a curtain, its end secured by a fisherman's knot as neat as prayer. The window slid up and stayed where it was told in a kindly voice. The first arrivals came the way birds come to a fence, 1, then 2, then 5. A man in a coat polished by years of summer and winter alike carried his hat in both hands. A girl with a sideways ponytail guided an older woman by the wrist, not out of necessity, but affection's habit. 2 harbour workers with oil still thinking on their knuckles took chairs near the door and sat as if sitting were a job and they intended to do it well. Each paused at the bowl on the step without fuss, chose a pebble and tucked it in their palm. A quiet settled, not the brittle kind, the kind that grows like dusk in a room where no one rushes the lamps. The ferry horn announced itself far out, a rehearsal, not a command. Whispers thinned, then unthreaded. The tall case clock lifted its second into the known air. Its hands approached 7 minutes past. Marta stood, did not address them, did not ask for attention. She merely set her own pebble on the lectern and let her fingers rest beside it as if the stone might need company. At the far end, the door opened again. A man the carpenter had not met hurried in a little too fast for the hall's old floor. He stopped as a man stops who remembers himself by almost stumbling. He was in the middle of his life, and its work had made a neat argument out of his shoulders. In his left hand he held a folded document like a flag he'd rather not wave. He looked around, found no one waiting to judge him, and let his breath catch up to him quietly. The minute came. The pendulum eased toward its far point and did not come back immediately. Every pocketed stone gained all the weight a name can hold without breaking a wrist. This harbour sound slipped in through the newly obedient window, evened by winter's distant hum. A gull made the sound of a hinge forgiving an old door. Somewhere, gently, a rope tightened against a cleat, like a promise tucking itself in. In the pause, the man with the folded paper lowered it. His mouth softened as if a word had been thinking of hardening there and then decided otherwise. The girl with the sideways ponytail turned her pebble over in her hand and smiled at nobody. The older woman beside her nodded as if hearing an answer to a question she had not dared to ask aloud. One of the harbour workers, the younger one, wiped his thumb across the line of oil in his palm and found patterns there that looked like river mouths. Marta closed her eyes and, perhaps because the window now behaved, the air touched her cheek with a cool hand and did not withdraw it in a hurry. The carpenter did not close his eyes. He watched faces settle into their useful arrangements. He listened to what the room said when nobody was speaking. He thought of Otto's mended banister and how a good rail is a blessing you can hold without having to call it that. The tall case clock released the pause gently, not breaking it, but easing it downstream so it could water other minutes without announcement. Breathing changed. The ferry horn sounded its long note, a noon that visited at 7 past. And somewhere on the quay a boy laughed at a joke his grandfather was finishing and would finish again next week. Marta's hands moved quietly among the cups. Without instruction, people rose, 1 and 2 at a time, the way wheat gets up in the field after a wind has tried to convince it to lie longer. The man with the paper approached the lectern, set his pebble beside Marta's, and unfolded what he carried. He looked as if he might read, then chose not to. He put the document back in his coat as one returns a letter to a drawer after deciding to answer it kindly by living. Tea, Marta said, that single word opening a small door through which relief could pass without drawing attention to itself. The room stirred, not with bustle but with the sound of ceramic tapping wood softly, which is the sound kitchens make when they forgive hunger for having such poor manners. The harbour workers took the bench the carpenter had mended and did not notice it for the best reason, because it worked. The older woman lifted her cup in the direction of the clock, as if to thank it for doing something so small the whole town could lean on it. The carpenter drank warm black tea that had chosen honesty over perfume. He stood near the window's good cord and watched as the fog retreated to the mouth of the bay like a cat deciding to be elsewhere. On the sill, someone had lined 3 shelves and a rusty washer their holes making an accidental constellation. He touched the washer with his finger, and the metal gave back a chill that belonged to another season. He left it where it had been, appointed. Before he left, he found a length of chalk in a drawer, and on the inside of the door, where only hands would see it, he wrote a sentence no longer than a shoelace. Leave what you can, take what you need. A chair, a minute, a kinder breath. He did not sign it. Signs are for roads. Rooms prefer fingerprints. He passed the bowl of stones on the step and noticed one small pebble with a crack that divided it cleanly in two, but had not finished the job. The halves stayed married by a thin strap of unbroken rock. He put it back on top, where a latecomer might understand it without being told anything at all. He touched the door's latch and found it content. When he turned toward the harbour, the ferry eased away from the dock, its wake laying down the day in quiet lines a person could step between without getting lost. He walked along the quay not faster or slower than before, but with the kind of pace that knows who is setting it. And in his pocket, the empty envelope made a soft noise, as if gratitude had finally learned how to fold itself small and still be large. The bridge at evening. The carpenter left the harbour by the north road, where the land began to fold itself into hills again. The air was light with the scent of fennel and wet stone. A thin trail of smoke from the ferry's chimney lingered behind him like a sentence that had not quite ended. He walked slowly, the kind of pace that lets the souls remember the stories of every path. By dusk, he reached a bridge he thought he recognized. It arched modestly over a wide, patient river that never hurried, not even in rain. Its planks were worn smooth by the feet of farmers, sailors, and the occasional traveller who believed that walking itself was a kind of prayer. The handrail, still damp from the mist, gleamed like old pew wood. Beneath the bridge, the water carried the day's last light the way a priest carries a candle before the altar. Steady, reverent, brief. He stopped midway and leaned his elbows on the rail. The wind that rose off the water was gentle but honest. It found its way into his coat and reminded him he was alive. The hills to the west were already folding themselves into violet shadows, and the first star had pricked a small hole in the sky through which eternity began to whisper. Down by the riverbank, a fisherman stood beside his net, the kind of man who looked as though he had been born knowing the river's moods. His beard carried the colour of sand, his boots the patience of mud. When he saw the carpenter, he lifted one hand in greeting, not a wave, just the sort of motion that says we are two souls in the same wind. "Evening," the fisherman called, voice low and easy. "Evening," the carpenter answered. "Good water tonight," the man said, pulling in his net. "Good silence, too." "That's rarer," said the carpenter. The fisherman smiled faintly, his eyes narrowing at the far shore. "Silence is like a wife who waits by the window," he said. "She'll forgive your noise if you come home kindly." The carpenter let that thought settle. Then he noticed something. The net's corner had torn, a fine rip no bigger than a finger but long enough to lose what mattered. "You'll lose your catch that way," he said. The fisherman nodded. "I've been meaning to mend it, but the hands forget their schooling when the light fades." The carpenter walked down to him, crouched by the edge of the net, and pulled from his coat pocket a small spool of twine. He carried such things as other men carried charms. The fisherman watched him thread the twine through the torn weave with fingers that seemed to remember the rhythm without needing to be told. Each knot was small and sure, each pull deliberate, as if he were teaching the net to breathe again. "My father taught me this," the carpenter said quietly. said mending is just another form of love that doesn't make speeches. Your father sounds like a man who had little to prove, the fisherman said. He was, the carpenter answered, tying the last knot. He built cradles and coffins with the same care. Said the Lord meets us at both ends of the wood. The fisherman nodded slowly. And between them? Between them, the carpenter said, we build bridges. The fisherman laughed softly, the kind of laugh that begins deep in the ribs. Well then, this is your parish. They sat together on the bridge's lower beam, legs dangling above the water. The river made its soft conversation, carrying stories downstream without ever losing one. Fireflies appeared along the reeds, tiny psalms of gold. For a long while, neither man spoke. At last, the fisherman broke the quiet. You walk far, I think. I do, said the carpenter, not because I seek, but because I listen better when I move. And what do you hear? Mostly that people are trying even when they don't know how to say it. He smiled, and sometimes that's prayer enough. The fisherman nodded. My son used to say that when he was a boy. Pa, maybe God is just what happens when we keep trying. I didn't know what to make of it then. He left for the city 15 years ago, chasing something that didn't wait for him. I hear from him on Christmas, sometimes not even then. The river made a small sigh between them. The carpenter reached into his satchel and drew out a small wooden cross. Nothing grand, just 2 twigs held together by a piece of twine. I carve these when the road is quiet, he said, to remind myself that distance doesn't end anything. It only gives love a longer echo. He offered it to the fisherman, who turned it over in his rough hands, tracing the twine as if it were a familiar map. You made this from an apple branch, he said. How did you know? Applewood remembers sweetness, the carpenter said. Even when burned, it smells like forgiveness. The fisherman closed his fist around the cross. Then I'll keep it. Maybe I'll hang it on the mast tomorrow. See if the river listens. The river always listens, said the carpenter. It just doesn't hurry to answer. The fisherman looked up toward the bridge's arch. You remind me of someone, he said. There was a man who came through here years ago after a flood. Built this bridge when the old one gave up. He never took payment. Said he owed the water a promise. Worked alone for a week straight. Sang while he hammered. When it was done, he left before sunrise. The carpenter ran his hand along the railing, feeling the grain of the wood. The joints were indeed hand-cut. The pegs driven in by someone who knew how to let timber hold its breath before tightening. He did good work, he murmured. The fisherman tilted his head. You speak like a man who's seen him. Maybe I have, said the carpenter, eyes soft. Or maybe I've only met his kindness wearing a different face. They stood, the sky deepening into indigo. The fisherman packed his net, now whole again. I don't know your name, traveller, he said, but I'll pray your feet find what your hands keep mending. And I'll pray your son remembers the river, said the carpenter. The fisherman smiled. He'll come home when he's ready. The water knows how to carry a man back. The carpenter crossed to the other side of the bridge, where the path rose toward the fields. Halfway there he turned. The fisherman had lit a small lamp by his net. The light caught the curve of the river and broke into 100 trembling stars. He stayed a moment, letting the sight rest in him. Then he whispered, Thank you, Lord, for the bridges that hold even when no one watches. As he walked on, the wind shifted. Somewhere behind him the ferry horn sounded faintly through the hills, a memory travelling by air. Fireflies followed the road for a while, as if reluctant to let him go. At the crest of the hill, he stopped again and looked back one last time. The lamp still burned on the bank. The river, silver under the moon, folded it gently into its moving heart. He smiled. "Every light finds its water," he said to the night, and turned toward the road. The path stretched ahead, quiet and good. His boots made a rhythm that could have been prayer or simply gratitude, though perhaps they were the same thing. And above the sound of his steps came another rhythm, the faint echo of the tall clock back in the ferry hall, pausing, remembering, beginning again. He walked on beneath a sky that kept its promises without words, carrying with him the silence of the bridge and the mercy of mended wood. If this bridge between hearts spoke softly to you tonight, let it stay a while in your thoughts before sleep finds you. And if you wish to cross the next one with a carpenter, subscribe, and we'll keep walking the road together, one gentle mile at a time. The field of quiet hands. By the time dawn arrived, the road had lost its cobblestones and become a path again, soft underfoot and pale with morning dust. Dew shimmered on every blade of grass like the handwriting of light. The carpenter walked slowly, as though the earth itself had asked him to tread gently. The night's coolness lingered, wrapping him in a calm too tender to disturb. Ahead, the valley opened wide, a quilt of meadows stitched with stone fences, haystacks like sleeping giants, and at the far end, a small chapel whose roof gleamed like a held breath. Crows woke the fields one by one, their cries rough but honest. Smoke began to rise from a farmhouse, and with it came the smell of bread warming. He stopped by a wooden gate where the paint had faded into something gentler than colour. Beyond it, an old woman worked among rows of lavender. Her back was slightly bent, but her movements were certain. Each snip of her shears precise, each handful gathered with the patience of someone who understood that holiness often grows quietly among ordinary stems. "Good morning," the carpenter called softly, leaning on the gate. She looked up, her face lined like sunlit bark. "Morning," she said. "You're early enough to see the mist doing its embroidery." He smiled. "I didn't want to wake it." The woman chuckled and motioned for him to enter. "No one wakes mist. It leaves when it's ready, same as old hearts." He stepped through the gate. The air was sweet with the scent of lavender and damp soil. Bees murmured around the blossoms, a soft chorus that seemed to agree with everything. "Do you live here alone?" he asked. "I live with the field," she said. "That's company enough. The Lord sends help when it's needed. Sometimes that help has wings. Sometimes it has boots." She glanced at his worn shoes and smiled. "Which kind are you today?" He looked at the sky. "My boots are still learning from my wings," he said. She laughed, a sound like wind through wheat. "Then you can help me gather. These hands are faithful, but not fast anymore." He took the spare basket she offered. Together they moved along the rows, cutting stems, laying them neatly, brushing away the bees with courtesy. The rhythm was simple: snip, gather, breathe, a kind of wordless prayer. After a time she said, "You've the look of someone who listens more than he speaks." "Listening makes less mess," he said. "True, but silence can be a trickster. It makes you believe it's peace when sometimes it's only fear sitting still." He nodded. "I've met both kinds." She tied a bundle of lavender with twine. "When my husband was alive, we used to dry these together. He'd hum while he worked. Nothing fancy, just a low sound that made the rafters softer. After he passed, I stopped humming. The house felt too empty to answer back." The carpenter set his basket down. "Do you miss the sound or the man?" "Both," she said, "but not equally. The sound was him without the weight. That's what I miss, the way his joy travelled ahead of him like sunlight before the day. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he reached into his satchel and drew out a small harmonica, its metal dulled by years. "I'm not much for music," he said, "but sometimes a note can carry what words can't." He lifted it to his lips and played, a slow tune, half lullaby, half prayer. It moved through the lavender rose like a wind remembering its way home. The bees paused in mid-air, listening. The woman closed her eyes, one hand on her heart, and for a moment the whole field seemed to sway with the music. When he stopped, she exhaled as though releasing something she had been holding for years. "That," she whispered, "was the sound of forgiveness." "For whom?" he asked. "For myself," she said, "for forgetting that God listens even when we don't hum back." They worked again in silence, but it was a new kind of silence, alive, forgiving. Later, when the baskets were full, the woman led him to the porch of her small stone house. She poured tea that tasted faintly of mint and wood smoke. On the table lay an open Bible, its pages softened by touch. A single verse was underlined again and again. "Be still and know that I am God." "I used to think be still meant do nothing," she said. "But now I think it means trust what's already moving." He nodded. "Stillness isn't the end of motion. It's the moment before grace begins." She smiled, eyes shining like dew. "You sound like a preacher." "No," he said gently. "Just a man who walks slower these days." They sipped their tea and watched the sun rise fully over the valley. The light rolled down the hills, spilling gold over the lavender until the field looked almost heavenly. The woman reached into a small wooden box on the table and pulled out a folded handkerchief. Inside it was a cluster of dried lavender, tied with a faded blue ribbon. "This was the last bundle my husband and I tied together," she said. "I keep it to remind me that love doesn't leave, it just changes rooms." She handed it to him. "For your pocket. When the road smells like dust, let this remind you of mornings that forgive everything." He took it with both hands. "Thank you," he said softly. "This will travel further than you think." "Then make sure it travels kindly," she said. He rose to leave, adjusting his satchel. "Is there anything you'd like fixed before I go?" She laughed. "Everything here breaks slowly enough for me to keep up." He glanced at the fence by the gate. Its hinge sagged slightly, weary but faithful. He knelt, tightened the screws with his small wooden-handled tool, and whispered, "There. You'll close easier now." "Bless you," she said. "The blessing's already here," he answered, gesturing to the field. As he stepped through the gate, she called out, "Traveller!" He turned. "When you reach the next town, tell them the lavender still hums. They'll know what it means." He smiled. "I will." He walked down the road, the scent of lavender following him like a prayer that refused to fade. In his pocket, the blue ribbon brushed his fingers, soft, steadfast, alive. The hills began to darken behind him, but he did not look back. Ahead, the road shone faintly under the morning sun, and somewhere beyond its bend, a bell was ringing. It sounded neither near nor far, but right enough. He whispered, "Be still," and the wind, warm and forgiving, answered in the same language. "If this field of quiet hands brought you peace tonight, let it rest with you like the scent of lavender on warm air. And if you wish to walk beside the carpenter again tomorrow, subscribe, and we'll keep finding grace in the simplest fields." The bell that didn't hurry. The path rose toward a low ridge, then dipped as if bowing to the valley beyond. By late afternoon, the light had thinned to a pale honey, and the shadows of hedgerows lay long and sensible across the fields. The carpenter walked without haste. His pocket held the lavender bundle like a quiet instruction. Each time his fingers brushed the ribbon, the day seemed to breathe a little deeper. Down in the hollow stood a whitewashed chapel with a slate roof and a modest bell that weather had softened into kindness. Smoke from nearby chimneys drifted level with the steeple, then wandered off as though called by name. He paused at the gate. A sparrow had made a nest between the crossbeams. Its head appeared, tilted, unafraid. He lifted the latch with the carefulness of someone waking a sleeping child. The hinge complained softly and then settled. The yard was raked, but not fussed over. Leaves gathered into small, forgiving piles. A broom leaning against the wall like a tired pilgrim. He set his satchel down beside the step and ran a thumb along the worn stone threshold where thousands of shoes had confessed their weight. Inside, the air held the faint iron memory of candle smoke and the cool of old limestone. The nave was narrow, intimate, pews polished by decades of coats and palms and patient waiting. A single window threw squares of late light onto the floor, shades of blue and gold that trembled when a high wind crossed the hill. On the left, near the front, a wooden chair had lost a rung. Someone had tied it with string that frayed like cotton clouds. He didn't speak. He took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves. From the vestry he found a small basin and filled it at the pump out back, the handle clanking in a rhythm that seemed older than the building. He carried the water in both hands, step by steady step, as if ferrying a newborn hour. He placed the basin by the door and with a folded cloth began to wipe the pew ends, the places where hands arrive first and last, where grief leans and joy steadies itself. Dust lifted and drifted and settled like gentle snow. He moved without hurry, the cloth making small circles, then long strokes, pausing here and there to polish a dent shaped by someone's wedding day, someone's funeral, someone's ordinary Tuesday. The floor creaked back to him as if answering a question he had not asked aloud. An elderly sexton shuffled in, hat in hand. He nodded as one greetings a neighbour he expects to find. He didn't ask the carpenter's name. He set a box of candles near the altar and began replacing the short stubs with fresh white tapers, pressing them into their brass cups with thumbs that had learned reverence by repetition. When he reached the last one, he hesitated, then set it slightly crooked as if to make room for a floor that would feel at home here. From the back came the soft tread of feet. 2 women carrying a rolled tablecloth, a farmer with soil still on his cuffs, a boy with a mended kite tucked under his arm for no reason other than it had become his companion. They greeted the sexton in low voices, turned warm by vowels, and then, seeing the carpenter cleaning, they wordlessly joined him. One fetched a dry cloth and followed his path, catching what he missed. The farmer tested the wobble of the broken chair and nodded, already measuring the dowel in his mind. The boy knelt by the basin and washed his hands, not because anyone told him to, but because water invited him. No one gave orders, no one rushed. The chapel, in being gently made ready, began to make them ready in return. When the belfry's rope moved, it was the wind's doing and not a schedule. Evening collected in the rafters like darker feathers. A woman stopped near the third pew and rested both palms on the wood. A scarf covered her hair. The edges were worn soft as a bedtime prayer. She closed her eyes. Her mouth did not move, but her shoulders did, lifting and sinking as if she were agreeing to something that had been true for a long time. When she opened her eyes, She wiped the pew top with the side of her sleeve, as if to seal the moment there for whoever would sit next. The carpenter set down his cloth and walked to the broken chair. He turned it over gently, like a patient being examined with kind hands. From his satchel he drew a slim blade, a wrapped length of dowel, a small wooden mallet. He tapped, not to punish the wood for failing, but to remind it of how to belong to itself. The farmer held the rung steady. The sexton brought a length of linen to pull the joint tight. The boy's eyes were wide, but his questions stayed behind his teeth, politely. They worked in the quiet that has the texture of listening. Each tap of the mallet was a syllable in a shared sentence. When the new rung seated, there was the smallest click, like a lock finding its partner. The carpenter leaned the chair upright and set it down. It didn't wobble. The farmer smiled without showing his teeth. The sexton laid a hand on the top rail, not to test it, but to thank it. In the front row, a man had sat down and taken his cap off. He twisted it slowly, the brim tracing a circle of worry on his knee. A young woman slipped in beside him, leaving a respectful breadth of wood between them. Her hands were folded loosely, as if holding a bird she had promised not to keep. She glanced at him once. He did not look back. They stared forward together. Breath by breath, the distance between them changed its shape. The carpenter returned the tools to his bag and went to the basin. He washed his hands in the cold water, wiped them dry on the towel that had become the room's only cloud, and carried the basin outside to empty it under the hawthorn. He stayed a moment there, listening to the field's dim conversation. Sheep somewhere on a far slope, a dog calling the day home, the bell's great shadow sleeping inside its tower. The sky thinned into a delicate blue that exists only when the world is deciding whether to be night or remain day. When he came back in, the candles were lit. They stood like small, brave suns along the rail. The flames' movement made the saints' faces in the stained glass seem to breathe. A moth drifted toward the light, hesitated, then found the dark again. The sexton pulled the rope once, and the bell answered not loudly, but in a tone that made space inside every chest widen a notch. People arrived from the village, pairs, then singles, then a woman pushing a pram with wheels that whispered along the stone. No one filled the silence with explanations. They took seats like a tide coming in, one row, then another, leaving little pools of empty room for latecomers and angels. At the back, near the door, a man lingered. His coat was a little too thin for the season. His hands carried the posture of apology. The woman with the scarf saw him and, without rising, slid her handbag to the far end of the pew, a small, universal permission. He sat, shoulders barely touching the wood as if not to disturb even its memory. A violin began. No grand opening, just a long, plain note rising like bread. A voice joined it, old and untrained and perfect for what needed singing. The hymn had only a handful of words. They carried more than they said. The carpenter did not sing. He stood by the pillar and let the sound pass through him the way wind learns a doorway. His hands rested open, empty, willing. A tremor moved in the room, almost nothing, like the moment before rain admits itself. The man twisting his cap slid it closer to his knee and loosened his grip. The young woman beside him shifted the distance between them by a finger's width. The farmer brushed a smear of glue from his thumb and then, without looking, placed his palm flat on the back of the newly mended chair, as if to let the wood feel someone trusted it. The bell did not hurry. It marked the hour as though it had all the time in the world to be precise. When silence returned, it had changed. colours. The sexton walked down the aisle with a small basket. People placed what they could: coins, a folded note, a lemon from some kitchen that smelled like sun. Near the end, the boy with the kite approached the carpenter and, after a shy breath, handed him the smallest ribbon he had tied to the tail. Not as ornament, but as thanks that didn't know any other shape. The carpenter took it and pressed it to the lavender in his pocket. Two simple fragrances met and made a third. He looked at the faces, the worn and the expectant, the grieving and the mended, the ones who had come to ask and the ones who had come to be asked for. The quiet rose to a height that felt merciful. He understood then, without the help of words, that nothing was waiting on the other side of this evening. Not a revelation that would split the air, not a thunderclap of clarity. What had been sought along the miles had been walking beside him in every shared task, every lowered voice, every hinge repaired and forgiven. He stayed until the candles budded into small domes and the wax cupped itself for rest. When he stepped out, the stars had already begun their unhurried work. The bell did not ring again. It didn't need to. He drew in the night and let it know him. The ribbon in his pocket lay against the lavender, and in the cool between heartbeat and breath, he felt at last the stillness that moves. The realization arrived like evening light. Nothing louder was required for love to be present. The night the stars leaned close. The carpenter left the chapel when the last light had thinned into silver and the fields were folded under mist. Behind him, the bell's final echo melted into the valley like a promise too shy to insist. Ahead, a narrow road unwound itself toward the forest. Fireflies stitched along the hedgerows, faint as memory and twice as faithful. His steps made no argument with the earth. Each footfall found its place as though the road had been waiting for it. The air was cool enough to carry the scent of heather and the last smoke of distant hearths. Somewhere an owl tested the night with one patient question. He stopped by a fence post and looked upward. The sky was wide but not empty. It seemed to breathe. The stars, sharper than they had been in months, hung low as if curious. He thought of the lavender woman's words. Love doesn't leave, it changes rooms. Tonight heaven had left its door ajar. He walked until the path found a clearing. There a small inn sat like a forgotten lamp left burning for travellers who might still be on their way. Its sign, the Shepherd's Rest, swung gently in the breeze, one chain singing a soft metallic hymn. A light showed through the window, the kind of light that has cooked meals and listened to stories too long to be lonely. Inside, the room smelled of soup and old oak. A man dozed in the corner beside a dog that dreamed aloud. The innkeeper, a woman with grey hair bound by a red scarf, looked up from polishing a mug. She smiled without surprise. "You've been expected," she said, though he had told no one he was coming. He set his satchel down by the fire. "By whom?" "By the chair near the hearth," she said. "It asked for company." He chuckled, and the sound joined the creak of the floorboards like an old friend returning to its seat. He sat where the heat reached his hands and let the weight of miles settle out of his shoulders. The dog lifted its head, decided he was harmless, and went back to dreaming. The innkeeper poured soup into a bowl and placed it before him. "Eat," she said. "Nothing wise happens on an empty stomach." He tasted it. Lentils, onion, a hint of thyme. It reminded him of the old woman by the orchard, of a table lit by small lanterns and rain easing away. The innkeeper noticed his quiet smile. "Memories in the broth?" she asked. "Yes," he said softly, "and a little mercy." She nodded. "We had that here." though it costs more. When he had finished, she brought a pot of tea and 2 cups. "You'll drink with me. The road gives thirst that water can't fix." She sat opposite him, elbows on the table, studying him the way people do when they're certain they've met your story somewhere, even if not your face. "We had a traveller once who came in with hands like yours. He said he built things that didn't belong to him and left them behind when they were whole." "What became of him?" the carpenter asked. She shrugged. "He left before morning, but the bridge he mended still stands. That was 20 years ago." They spoke little after that. The fire burned with a steady humility. From the rafters hung bunches of drying herbs, sage, rosemary, a sprig of something that might have been courage. The carpenter reached into his pocket and placed the small lavender bundle on the mantel. "For your inn," he said, "so travellers know they've found gentleness." The woman touched it lightly, then looked at him. "Gentleness," she said, "is rarer than gold, but you can't sell it. It refuses to be a business." He smiled. "That's why it lasts." Later, when the room had quieted and the innkeeper had gone to bank the coals, he stepped outside. The night was still awake. A thin frost had begun to gather on the grass, each blade edged with moonlight. The river below the hill whispered as if practicing a prayer it meant to remember by morning. He walked down toward it. The bridge there was narrow, its stones mossed and kind. At its centre, a wooden crossbeam held an iron bell no bigger than a lantern. The clapper was missing. He touched it and it gave no sound, only a coolness, as though silence itself had decided to stay here. He leaned against the rail and watched the stars mirror themselves in the water, each reflection trembling with the river's breathing. From behind him came the scrape of footsteps. The innkeeper approached, wrapped in a shawl, holding a small bundle in her hand. "You're not the first to stand here," she said. "Most people ring the bell for wishes, though it hasn't made a sound in years." "Maybe it listens instead of answers," he said. She looked at him for a long time. "You believe listening is enough?" "I think it's where all healing begins." She smiled faintly. "Then help me listen a moment." She placed the bundle on the rail, a lantern wrapped in cloth. Inside, a single candle waited. The villagers used to light these for the lost so they could find their way home. I still make one each year, but my hands shake now and I fear I'd drop the match. He took the lantern, unwrapped it, and struck the flint. The wick caught, a thin flame bowing in gratitude. The woman's eyes reflected it like old windows remembering sunlight. "Who is it for?" he asked. "For my daughter," she said. "She left when she was 17. I don't know where she sleeps, but every year, on this night, I light one and trust the wind knows the direction." He nodded. "Then tonight we'll give the wind 2 lights." He reached into his satchel, took out his own small lantern, the one he had built for the candle maker on the cliff, and set it beside hers. He lit it, shielding the flame with his hand until it steadied. 2 small fires leaned toward each other like prayer and answer. For a long while they stood without speech, watching the flames flicker and settle. The wind came gently, curling around them, carrying the scents of wax, lavender and far-off rain. The innkeeper closed her eyes. "If she sees even a glimmer," she whispered, "it will be enough." "She will," said the carpenter, "because love learns every road back." The wind rose slightly, teasing the flames. One guttered, then righted itself. The other bent low but refused to die. He reached out, cupping both palms around the lanterns until they stood firm again. When he removed his hands, the air was still. The innkeeper exhaled. "Thank you," she said, "for believing with me." He smiled. It's easy to believe for others, harder to do it for ourselves. She looked toward the stars, her breath white in the dark. "Then promise me you'll believe for yourself, at least tonight." "I will try." Trying is enough. They stood until the lanterns burned low, and the wax pooled like small moons at the bottom. When the last flames bowed out, the innkeeper gathered the empty frames and held them close. "I'll keep these," she said. "Even silence has shape." He bowed his head slightly. "Good night, keeper of lights." "And good road, builder of bridges," she answered. He watched her walk back toward the inn, her shawl catching bits of starlight like wings folded neatly away. Then he turned once more to the river. The stars seemed lower now, as if drawn by the faith of two small flames. For a moment, it felt as though the heavens had leaned close, enough to see their own reflection in the water. He spoke softly, not to be heard, but to be understood. "Lord, let those who wander feel seen, even if only by starlight." A breeze stirred, the river's surface shivered, and he thought he saw far downstream 2 faint lights drifting side by side, one from the candlemaker's lantern, one perhaps carried by a hand he could not name. He smiled, gathered his satchel, and began the climb back up the hill. His boots whispered on the frosted grass. His breath made small clouds that vanished quickly, but left the air gentler for having held them. At the crest, he paused and looked back. The inn was a small, glowing square in the dark, and above it the stars seemed less distant, almost human in their patience. He whispered, "Every light finds a home," and continued on, the scent of lavender and wax following him like a benediction. If tonight's stars leaned close enough to warm your heart, let them stay beside you as you rest. And if you wish to walk again with the carpenter under their quiet glow, subscribe, and we'll keep following the light together, one story at a time. The morning that waited for him. When dawn returned, it did so without ceremony. The sky lightened from grey to rose as if the night itself were blushing to have stayed so long. The carpenter walked until the hills levelled out and the road softened into sand. Ahead, a low village lay folded between the sea and the cliffs, a scattering of white houses with chimneys breathing gently, like the lungs of a sleeping child. The tide was going out, leaving the shore ribbed with shells and thin pools that caught the sunrise. He stopped at the edge of the water and looked across the horizon. The sea was calm, but not silent. It sighed in long, slow waves, each one curling inward as if praying to return home. He sat on a rock worn smooth by centuries of waiting. From his pocket he took the lavender bundle. The ribbon had faded from blue to silver in the salt air. He untied it carefully and laid the sprigs on the stone beside him. Their scent, though faint, rose like a hymn that refused to age. For a while, he simply watched the light change. The colour of morning slid across the sea like a painter testing his first stroke. Somewhere behind him, church bells began to ring, a sound both near and impossibly far, echoing over roofs, across sand, through gulls. He closed his eyes. The sound wasn't calling him anywhere. It was blessing where he already was. Footsteps approached, light, deliberate. He opened his eyes to see a girl of perhaps 10, carrying a basket of bread wrapped in linen. Her hair was wind-tangled, her cheeks freckled with sleep. She stopped a few feet away, studying him with the grave curiosity only children possess. "You're not from here," she said. "No," he replied. "But I think I was meant to arrive." She looked toward the sea. "Everyone arrives here sooner or later. The tide brings Them. What about you? He asked. What does it bring you? Shells, she said, lifting one from her basket, and sometimes questions I can't answer. He smiled. Those are the best kind. They last longer than bread. She tilted her head. Are you a priest? No, he said. Just a man who fixes things that want to hold together. My mother's door doesn't close right, she said, serious. The wind makes it cry. He rose slowly, brushing the sand from his coat. Then let's quiet its tears. They walked to the village. The houses leaned kindly toward one another, their roofs touching like neighbours in prayer. The girl led him to a small cottage near the shore. The door indeed sighed whenever the wind pushed it. He knelt and studied the hinge. It wasn't broken, just weary, as if no one had listened to its complaint for years. He opened his satchel, found the same wooden-handled tool he had used in the lavender field, and tightened the screws with steady turns. The door stopped crying. He stepped back. There, he said. It just needed to know someone cared. The girl smiled, holding the bread basket close. You make things gentle, she said. He nodded. That's the hardest kind of mending. From inside came the voice of her mother calling her name. The girl ran in, leaving the carpenter at the threshold. A moment later, the woman appeared, a quiet figure with hands dusted in flour. She looked at him, puzzled but kind. You've fixed the hinge, she said. It was only a small thing. Small things are what hold the day together, she replied. She wiped her hands on her apron. Stay for breakfast. The tide is too shy to leave anyone hungry. He hesitated, then smiled. Thank you. The kitchen was bright, filled with the smell of baking and the soft hiss of water on the stove. The woman poured tea into cups that didn't match but belonged together anyway. The girl tore the bread into uneven pieces and offered him the largest. They ate in comfortable silence. Outside, the waves struck the shore in a rhythm that made even the walls breathe. After a while, the woman said quietly, You remind me of someone my husband used to speak of, a carpenter who healed more than wood. He looked up, eyes calm. Then perhaps I am only the echo of that story. She studied him a moment longer, then nodded as though that answer was enough. When the meal was done, he rose to leave. The girl followed him to the gate. Will you come back? She asked. He looked at the sea. If the tide allows. She thought about that, then said, I'll leave bread by the door, just in case. He touched the top of her head lightly. That's how faith begins, by setting a place before you know who will fill it. She smiled and he walked away, his boots leaving faint marks in the sand that the wind politely ignored. By noon, he'd climbed the cliffs above the village. From there, he could see the world open in every direction, the endless sea, the winding road, the chapel bell that glimmered faintly in the distance. He sat beneath a lone pine, its branches whispering with the patience of those who have watched centuries pass. He took out the ribbon from the lavender bundle and held it between his fingers. It fluttered softly, silver against the sun. He tied it to a low branch where it caught the light and moved with the wind. It didn't need a message, it was one. The horizon shimmered. The sea below was a mirror to the sky, and for a heartbeat he couldn't tell which was which. It felt as if heaven and earth had leaned into each other, not as opposites but as reflections, one infinite, one mortal, both belonging. He thought of the faces along his journey, the old man mending the bell, the widow at her fence, the child who believed in mourning. Each had offered him something not of this world, but found within it, a kindness that didn't shout, a grace that didn't demand. He realized, sitting there, that the miracles people speak of are not interruptions of the ordinary. They are the ordinary seen fully. The hand that fixes a hinge, the light that waits all night for one's soul to return home, the laughter that chooses to stay even when the heart is tired. He closed his eyes and breathed in the salt air. It carried the faint scent of lavender and warm bread. Somewhere a bell rang once, slow and tender. He didn't look to see where. He didn't need to. For a long while he sat without moving, his shadow stretching out toward the edge of the cliff. The wind brushed against his face like a hand blessing him for no reason at all. When he finally stood, the day had grown still. The kind of stillness that happens not before or after a storm, but when every part of the world quietly agrees to keep the peace. He turned toward the inland road. It would lead him somewhere else, another village, another broken thing waiting to be made whole. But he didn't hurry. The work would find him when the time was right. It always did. At the top of the path, he looked back one last time. The ribbon on the pine shimmered like a breath caught between prayers. The village below was waking to its chores, doors opening, laughter spilling into sunlight, gulls scolding the tide for leaving. He whispered, "Be well, every soul beneath this sky," and began walking again. The sea answered, not with thunder, but with a sigh that reached him like forgiveness. If this quiet morning brought you peace, let it stay with you like the scent of salt and bread. And if you'd like to walk one more road with the carpenter, subscribe, and we'll share the last light together in tomorrow's tale. The last light on the hill. The road that wound toward evening was neither long nor short. It simply was a ribbon of dust and grass that led through the hush between day and night. The carpenter walked it without hurry, his satchel swinging softly at his side, its weight now light as memory. The sun was lowering beyond the far hills, and each step seemed to bring the world closer to gold. He had followed this path for months, though he no longer counted time. The faces, the voices, the small mercies along the way had all folded into him until he no longer knew where their kindness ended and his own began. He paused to watch the light spill over the valley like honey poured from heaven. In the distance, a river caught the glow and carried it onward, as if delivering a letter to the sea. He smiled faintly. It felt as though creation itself were exhaling. At the crest of the hill stood a small wooden bench, half buried in moss, facing west. He sat there, resting his hands on his knees. Around him the evening gathered with the quiet grace of an old friend arriving without the need for words. The air smelled of pine and earth, warmed through a long summer. A flock of birds crossed the sky in patient formation, their wings catching the dying light like small fragments of praise. For the first time in many days, he allowed himself to simply be still, not waiting, not mending, not seeking, just being. He thought of the faces from his journey, the widow with her lamp, the child with her ribbon, the man who found forgiveness, the woman by the stream, the innkeeper who lit 2 lanterns for her lost daughter. None of them had been grand moments, yet each had carried something eternal. The world, he realized, is built not by miracles but by gestures, hands reaching out without asking why. He looked down at his palms, roughened by years of work. They were scarred, yes, but every line told a story. The wood repaired, the hinges oiled, the bread broken and shared. And through it all, he had discovered what every craftsman eventually learns. That the true work was never the fixing of things, but the softening of hearts. The wind rose gently, playing through the grass. In it, he thought he heard a familiar rhythm, the sound of 1,000 kindnesses whispering through the world. He leaned back, letting his eyes close, and breathed deeply. Then came the sound of footsteps. They were small, hesitant at first, then sure. When he opened his eyes, he saw a young man approaching along the path. His clothes were travel-worn, his face uncertain. He stopped a few paces away. "Sir," he said, "are you the carpenter they speak of in the villages?" The carpenter smiled. "Perhaps. What do they say of him?" "That he mends things no one else can," the young man said quietly. "Doors, lamps, hearts." The carpenter chuckled softly. "Then I suppose I've met him." The young man hesitated, then reached into his pocket and drew out something wrapped in cloth. "My father made this years ago. It broke the day he died." He unwrapped it carefully. A small wooden bird, its wings split clean through. "I've kept it, but I don't know how to fix it." The carpenter took it in his hands. The wood was light, fragile as hope. He ran his thumb along the break, feeling where time had thinned it. "It's not beyond repair," he said gently. "Nothing ever is." He reached into his satchel and drew out a small knife, a length of linen thread, and a tiny pot of oil. He worked in silence. The young man watched, and the light deepened around them, turning the hill to amber. When the work was done, the carpenter set the bird in his palm and blew softly across its wings. The thread disappeared into the grain, the seam vanishing like healed skin. The bird trembled, then lifted its head slightly, as if remembering flight. The young man gasped. "How did you—" The carpenter smiled. "Sometimes faith is the glue we cannot see." The young man took the bird, turning it gently in his hand. "It feels alive again." "It always was," the carpenter said. "It only needed someone to believe it could be." The boy's eyes glistened. "Thank you." The carpenter nodded toward the horizon. "Take it home. Let it remind you that love never breaks. It only changes shape." The young man lingered a moment as if wanting to say more, but the words would not come. He pressed the bird to his chest, then turned and walked down the hill. When he reached the bend in the path, he looked back, but the carpenter was still, a dark silhouette against the gold. Now the sun was low, half a circle resting on the edge of the world. The carpenter rose slowly and looked out over the valley. The sky was 1,000 shades of fire, and for a moment the whole earth seemed to glow from within. He whispered, "It is finished, not as an ending, but as a blessing." He sat again on the bench, his hands resting in his lap. The wind quieted. The first star appeared, patient and unafraid. He thought of all the roads behind him and all the hearts he had met along the way. Every kindness, every moment of grace. They had not led him to this hill, they were the hill, each one a step upward toward peace. In the hush of twilight, he felt the nearness of something vast and tender. Not a voice, not a vision, just presence. He breathed it in. It filled him, not as air fills lungs, but as light fills glass. He whispered one last prayer, not for himself, but for those who would walk after him. May every hand that reaches out find warmth. May every weary soul remember home. And may the smallest act of love shine brighter than fear. The stars answered first, one by one, until the whole sky became a quiet cathedral. Below, the village lights flickered like candles carried through darkness. And somewhere, far off, a child looked up and smiled without knowing why. The carpenter closed his eyes, his breath deep and peaceful. The last light of the day touched his face, and the wind carried his whisper through the valley. Peace is not where the road ends, it is the road itself. The ribbon on the pine tree below fluttered once, catching the last of the sun before the night gathered it in. And then, as the stars leaned close, the hill kept its promise. It held him gently, as creation holds all things it has loved. The world grew still, and it was good. Amen. If this story brought calm to your heart tonight, thank you for walking this road beside me. Subscribe, so tomorrow, under the same sky, we can share another quiet evening in His light.